Hello, happy Tuesday. Hello, Sarah, Beandon, Raph, Trish, Tom, Greenfool, Struggler, Nora, Becca, Chill, Ray, Gabagool, Potato Mari, Hugs, Sebastian, Diego, JG, GTA 6 trailer, cool. Can't say I'm too interested, but happy for everyone who likes GTA. Interactive, Kane, Yuki, Krypton, Unlucky Emperor, Natural, Soul Samurai, Mind Mess, Avaya, Elijah, and Hidden Shonen. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Oh, my light is off. One sec. Okay. Vishu, how are you? Natural, Hannah, hello, hello. I think I said hi to everyone. Music foreshadowing top 1. Well, what a great segue. What a great segue. In case you want to see, here, I'll just flash on screen the 2024 list. Final Fantasy XIV was number 2 last year. It was number 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Commiserations, Elijah. Peak, though. Unbelievable. Jonathan, how are you? Say one nice thing about Dagger from Final Fantasy IX. So you know the trope. Oh no. Okay, I gotta switch this. You know the trope in There's a trope that she does in her character arc. You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. It's a show, you know what I mean. So that is probably my favorite version of that trope. I've seen it all over the place, but it's my favorite version of that trope that I can think of. It's my favorite execution of that trope. Yeah. She's also, part of... I won't say too much. That might actually spoil it a bit. She's amazing. She's probably my 4th favorite character, or 5th favorite character in FF9. And FF9 has one of my favorite casts. Hello, Bunger. Hello, Indy. Welcome in. Struggler says, I gotta bet big today because there won't be more opportunity. Ready to lose the title I got back. When we do the Deuteragonist list, or the side characters list, or ranking, or whatever...
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I might do a couple of bets there, but yeah, the main ones end today. Hello, Kyloff. Okay. Thank you, Nora, for the 69 bits and the Oya. It's hard to cast streams in Japan, but I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy you're here as well. Thank you so much. I'm so happy you were able to join. And I really appreciate it, because I know time zones can be a thing, a hell of a thing. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining as always, Nora. Thank you. So yeah, we'll I don't know if we'll do rankings. Well, maybe I'll, because it's gonna be in tiers, right? A bunch of side characters and a bunch of tiers. I don't know if I'll do rankings within the tiers, but maybe within the tiers I'll be like, okay, who do you guys think I like better? This character or this character? And you can bet on it and I'll tell you. Or I'll say, which tier do you think they'll go in? So we could do some bets, but today's the main one. Hello, Swagman Frenchie. Yeah, have you played Expedition 33? Check my Twitter. Just check my Twitter, check my Discord name, is the short answer to that. The somewhat longer answer is I am currently playing it. I'm in Act 3. I'm just finishing up a bunch of side stuff before I finish the game, and I'm obsessed with it. I actually spent about an hour yesterday, because I tweeted yesterday that Expedition 33 has perhaps given me one of my favorite characters of all time, and I still think so, but I learned a new fact about them yesterday. That threw me off, and I'm just like, oh my god, how does this add into the complexities of the character? And I just spent an hour thinking, basically, just thinking. about, like, what does this mean? I don't get it. And a lot of people I usually talk to this stuff about haven't played it. So I kind of had to think on my own. I could have asked Dave about it, but I was talking about Dave about something else. I could have asked the Discord about it, but I'm just like, well, it's fine. My favorite game from the playoffs so far, the Knicks-Celtics game yesterday, probably. Or maybe a Clippers-Nuggets game. Would you say it would be in your top 10? I haven't finished it. Awesome hugs, awesome. You're gonna love it, I think. Has Act 3 been gas? I don't want to say too much, Indy, because that kind of gives it... it's fine. I think it's okay. So basically, Act 3, I'm still kind of right. In terms of the main story, I haven't really progressed much into Act 3 because the world opens up and you can do a bunch of side stuff. And that's all I've been doing for the last 3 days or something. And I still think it'll take a long time. So I haven't actually experienced much at all of Act 3. But I imagine it's going to be as good, if not better, than the rest of the game. And if it nails Act 3, I'm in trouble. Act 3's peak, I've only played a little bit of it, and it is. AJ hates Discord. Tobio Kageyama will be there. I guess you'll have to come and find out. Will that be next week or something further down the line? That'll probably be next week. I think not Monday, because I think I want to get back into the schedule of playing Death Stranding and starting JoJo's. Next week, we're going to be back on Death Stranding, and on Monday, JoJo's Wednesday. But I might sneak in the fun Deuterag thing on the Tuesday, maybe? Or the Friday? I might sneak it in. It's probably next week, if not the week after. Would I ever be interested in reading Rich Hat Atelier? I've read the first chapter, and I am interested in reading more. I just haven't had the time. How good is the music? It's one of the best video game soundtracks. It's sorry, man. I'm sorry. Everyone, every answer I have for a Claire Obscure question is so monotonous because it's like, yeah, it's amazing. Every answer is that it's amazing. Hello, Teravan. Chill. I don't know if I said hi to Chill. Either way, hello, Chill. Death Stranding. Yeah, we're back on Death Stranding next week. I saw that you tweeted this stream out with a picture of Haikyuu. Is that foreshadowing that it'll be on the list? It's the one about basketball, right? Yes. I love when Hinata Shoyo nailed that full court 3. Maybe Haikyuu will be on the list. I don't know. I mean, it was pretty high last year. I would pay a lot for you to read Witch Hat. Luckily, Yuki, I won't even charge you. I'll get to it eventually for sure. I read the first chapter. I really liked it. The art reminded me, strangely, in a strange way, of late Berserk Miura. A little bit. You know what I mean? I really, really liked the art a lot. And the story was cool. And, yeah, I want to continue for sure. Hello, Kakarot, Rim. Hello, guys. Maybe the Haikyuu movie was god-awful. That's true, that did come out. Is Claire Obscure Xenoblade and Paper Mario? Claire Obscure is influenced by literally dozens and dozens of my favorite media. And it's... Or is derivative of elements of them. And yet it's completely its own thing. So, it has big Xenoblade elements and big Paper Mario elements, but it's Claire Obscura. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying... I'm sure you meant that anyway. Oh, cool, Yuki. I hope you're enjoying it a ton. Andy, you're finishing Kiwami 2? Oh my god. There is I wish I could show it on screen, but I can't because it'll be spoiling. But the ending of Kiwami 2, the last stream of Kiwami 2, sent me down this unbelievable spiral from which I've never come back from. In my big Yakuza video, I just did a 4-minute montage of me freaking out about that goddamn ending. It's something, man. Anyways, so let's show what we got up to yesterday. So let me just flash on screen the honorable mentions. All I need is Ryuji aura farming. That's pretty much 80% of Kiwami 2. Thank you, Sarah. Unironically, Ray. Congrats, Hoffner. I hope you continue to love it. Chapter 3 of Yakuza 0 is one of my favorites. Specifically because Majima. So these are the honorable mentions. Also, thank you, The Grand, for the 9 months with Prime. Sorry, that was a couple minutes ago. Thank you, The Grand, for the 9 months with Prime. Really appreciate it. I hope you're well. Right, these are the first 2 tiers. Yeah, mouthwashing. I think mouthwashing is awesome. I know, Indy. So from the honorable mentions, up came Super Paper Mario Xenoblade 3 Danganronpa. We got a big drop from Breath of the Wild. A lot of familiar sort of names here. And a new entry, Orb, on the Movements of the Earth. Amazing series that I just read this year. Tier 7. Again, a lot of familiar names, but some really significant jumps from Gintama and Fate Stay Night / Hollow Ataraxia. A big jump from Akane Banashi as it continues to be amazing. Oh shit, this is gonna be muted. It's fine, whatever. Tier 6. Some peak shonen in here. Some notable rises from Disco Elysium, Great Ace Attorney, Silent Hill 2 with the remake. A couple of drops, but still love them. Tier 5, starting to get serious. Lots of personal faves in 6. This is a great tier. Great Ace Attorney is amazing. And it gets better to me every year. People were mentioning that maybe Apollo Justice could one day make it on this list, or a character from the Investigations. I'm sorry, Rem. Which rises would I say I'm the happiest about? Which stuff are you most pumped that you've gained more appreciation for? Okay, so there are a few that I'm going to talk about today that I'm really happy about. So those are included in the answer, but I can't say them yet, obviously. So in terms of rises, so this is the rest of what we revealed yesterday. Even though it's been minimal, even though they aren't big rises, I'm really happy that Steins Gate is holding firm and still has a huge spot in my heart, despite a huge drop last year. And I'm really happy with Vinland Saga. And I think, I talked about this yesterday, but I think it's on the verge of making a bigger jump. But even still, I'm just really glad that it's gotten to a point where I'm really just thoroughly thinking it's peak again. Hello, Izue. Arcane, we'll see. And then FMAB, again, it's a small jump, but I'm happy that it continues to be really strong for me. This is a drop, but I'm glad that JJK's ending having a bunch of flaws, or like the last, I don't know, 6 to 8 chapters having a lot of flaws to me, didn't negatively impact it much at all. And then I'm really happy about all of these. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, music. Disco Elysium and Silent Hill 2, I'm really glad all 3 of these rose up. I'm really happy Akane Banashi continues to be amazing, and I really love these rises. Fate Stay Night and Gintama. Really curious where CD Projekt Red games fall this year. Well, they weren't there... Cyberpunk wasn't there last year, so we'll see. Oh, Raph, don't do that. Actually, do it. Do it, and I'll rise it further. Any drop I'm a bit upset about? No, I don't think so. I don't tend to be upset about... Once in a while I do, but usually I don't tend to be upset about them, so I don't think so. Although there is a drop today that I'm going to share that I'm scared about. Or not scared about, but like, I am a bit sad about, and I hope people aren't disappointed. We'll see. We'll see. Might be finally time to reread Vinland? Maybe. I am not the biggest fan of Baltic Sea War. Metal Gear Solid 2 drop hurts? Man, this is not even a drop, man. This doesn't hurt you. It doesn't. I promise. You're fine. Metal Gear Solid 2 is fine, man. Look at Breath of the Wild. Look at Breath of the Wild. 31. Look at FF6. 18. A 5 drop when a bunch... There's new additions above it. You're fine. It's fine. Hello, Krypton. Ray, I think you'd really enjoy the recent stuff. Yeah, Gintama back on the rise. Witcher 3 is a decade old in a week or two. Witcher 3 is so formative for me. What is it about the Great Ace Attorney that you prefer so much to the original trilogy? Just a general writing quality increase, or some stuff that specifically does differently that helps you appreciate it more? If you want the full answer to it, Sam, I talked about it at great length yesterday. This is such a banger. Oh my god. Sorry. Before I answer Sam, thank you, Evesmore, for the 26 months. Hey, all. Excited to see where certain crime drama video games end up. Damn it, I was gonna make a joke. What's it called? L.A. Noire? L.A. Noire? Damn. Thank you very much, Evesmore, for the 26 months. Is Odd Taxi? I think Odd Taxi is, let me double check. It is not. It used to be on the honorable mentions. It is not anymore. So to answer Sam's question, Great Ace Attorney versus Original Ace Attorney, if you want a full elaboration, I talked about it for a few minutes yesterday, but TLDR, I think Great Ace Attorney is better in every way. Like, I'm not saying it's way better in every way, but to me, every aspect of the game is a little bit better in Great Ace Attorney, adding to an overall significantly better experience. And I still love the original Ace Attorney, but it's just music better. The setting is an actual factor in the story. The character writing overall, I think, is a bit better. The case progression a bit better. The plot a bit better. Like the theming overall, I think a bit better. Like every aspect of the game, I think, is a bit better in Great Ace Attorney. See ya, Geo. Sorry, I'm not caught up to chat, so I'm a little behind. Love to see the Super Paper Mario out of honorable mentions. That was one of the first games I played as a kid where I was like, good storytelling exists. Yeah, it actually wasn't originally in the list, but then I was talking about how it was so close to being in the list when I was making it, and I just missed out. It was the one to miss out, and then I put it in the list yesterday. Good morning, Simba. Good morning, Simba. D. Yeah, I was talking about the big drop. How's it going, D? I think it's either Chrono Trigger or Breaking Bad. Interesting. The 30 drop for Hunter x Hunter? Metal Gear Solid 2 is a revolutionary masterpiece and one of my favorite games that I've ever streamed. Are there a couple of things that I guess hold it back a little bit from being higher? Yeah, I think the character cast is a bit inconsistent, though I do love the better characters. there are a couple of like illogical, like it's Kojima, so you got to accept that there's gonna be silliness. There's a couple of little sequences of illogical stuff that make you just go like, what? So there's a couple of things that I think holds it back a little bit, but it's still a 10 out of 10. It's still a masterpiece. It's still one of my favorite games of all time. And being on this list at all is a huge compliment, let alone in the top half. Trish. Thank you, Gio. Thank you. Detroit Become Human top 1? Don't spoil it, Gio. Awesome. No worries, D. Hope you enjoy. Do I think that Severance was close to honorable mentions after last season? I saw you said Season 2 made you connect more with the characters, and I know you love character work. It did make me connect more with the characters, but honestly, no. I think Severance is very good. And that's its ceiling for me now. For me right now. The first 2 seasons are really, really good, really worth watching, really conceptually interesting. But I'm not really one of the crowd that thinks it's one of the greatest TV shows of all time. And it still has a bit of work to do if it wants to... Not that it cares about my list. Like, Ben Stiller is going, shit, I gotta make it onto Alexander's top 100. Ben Stiller's like, what do we gotta do to write these characters to make it onto AJ's top 100? But no, for it to make it onto the honorable mentions and maybe further, I think it needs a bit of a step up. Not in terms of directing, visuals, music, like all the presentation is amazing. But I think really diving a bit deeper into character internalization in a way that I can connect with more consistently would really help. Is it stylistically similar to the OG trilogy with just the quality improved? It's stylistically different, Sam. I think Great Ace Attorney is stylistically different for sure. Yeah, the visual presentation's really good in the Great Ace Attorney, the animations. Hello, Holly. Sorry, I'm scrolling. Do not be sorry about your Metal Gear Solid 5 demon, Trish. I cannot wait until the demon is out in full force when the streams come. I can't wait, Ray. I can't wait. I know, me too, Nora. It's killing me. I just want to play 4. Appreciate it, Ray. Appreciate it, Rim. Good morning, Nero. Hello, Dr. Porsche. Varandar. Yeah, maybe. I said I can't stop playing Expedition 33, but I'm taking a break so I can watch this. I am honored. I'm honored, Tarnished. Welcome in. For those who come after. I'm scared of finishing that game, man. I'm scared what it's gonna be. I'm scared what it's gonna be doing to me. I have just been. Oh man, it's got everything. It's got everything. Hey, Mandela. Appreciate it, Kai. If there was a Deuterag list, what would Zoro's rank or tier be? Luckily for you, we're literally doing that. We're literally doing that sometime in the next week or two. What form of media makes the highest percentage of your list? Do you have a breakdown? No. You can do it if you want. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe games? Maybe games? I'm not sure. Did I see the quote tweets on my Kagurabachi tweet? It's overwhelming. It's too much. I look at them, and it's very nice. Like, people are very excited about the stream and the streams to come. But, man, it's a lot. I can't get too deep into it. Also, because of spoilers, I can't look at it because people are spoiling stuff. And it's really sweet. Like, it's kind of adorable. And I'm really humbled and proud and glad about it. It's great. But, if I look too much into it, I'll just be like, you know? Me too, Nora. Me too. From AJ's tone, I'm guessing he's talking about Expedition 33. I just reached the end of Act 1 and now, wow, Ben Starr. Oh my god, I saw your tweet, Mel. I saw your tweet. I was just talking about how one of my favorite characters of all time, well, actually, you know it. So, that character, Mel, I learned something new about them yesterday, and I've been losing my mind over it, and I need to talk to someone, and I could have maybe talked to you, but most of the people I talk to about this sort of thing have not gotten there, or have not played it. So I had to be all on my lonesome, but I think I figured it out. Anyways, TLDR, I hope you love Act 2 as much as you love Act 1. Would Kurapika be a Deuter Egg too? We'll have to wait and see. How many Deuter Eggs will be on the list? We'll have to wait and see. I have no idea, guys. No clue. There is no precedent. There could be 500. There could be 5,000. I have no idea. We're literally making shit up as we go. It's not a top 100 list. It's not a top 150. It's not even a top 200. We're just going to be listing characters and putting them in tiers. That's it. And we're going to see how that shakes up. That's it. Yeah, people are very nice to me about Kagurabachi. I hope that when I get stuff wrong or when I make mistakes or if I criticize something that people aren't mean, but I don't imagine they would be. You won't be attacked for that in this chat, D. I get it. I feel that to an extent with Look Back. I feel that to an extent. Like, I think if maybe it was double the length or 1.5 times the length, I would have loved the characters more, and then it would have made it on this list. But it's not on it. So, like, I kind of relate. And honestly, not connecting with media for one way or another, it's a shame sometimes, but it's always valid as long as you are respectful in going about it, which you are. So, yeah, I totally get that. And I relate to an extent. Hello, Sensation. Undead Unluck? I don't know. Are Undead Unluck fans as crazy as Kagurabachi fans? I don't know. This has been absolutely insane. I've just gotten tons of followers on Twitter and on Twitch for the last 2 days. Like, mad. There's just more? It's not even close to... I figured, but that's... we'll see. I will say, reading Kagurabachi has gotten... And how fun it was, has gotten me encouraged to do similar things for other series. Like, there's JoJo's, there's Tokyo Ghoul, there's gonna be Dragon Ball, Slam Dunk, etc. But it's got me more encouraged to do it for newer series. So that's good. Yeah, I totally agree, Mel. I love how the world opens up. Thoughts on SKA? Peak. The best, the greatest of all time. Have I watched Avatar? Yes. Azula was on my top 150 antags. Nora. That's hilarious. I do think you should do newer stuff, but, I mean, I don't really care too much about what people are talking about, Rim. And there is no limitation or no problems whatsoever with what I've been doing. One Piece, I mean, I do One Piece every week, and I'm caught up now. So, that's newer, and we're doing that, and it's lots of fun. But I love discovering old classics that people love and that I haven't before. But I think my point is that doing a mix of both is more feasible for me personally than I thought it was. There's no problem with what I've been doing. It's just like there's more possibility now, I guess. You're going to be eating so good with Steel Ball Run. I've been seeing I don't know. Maybe just government overlords are listening to me. But I've been seeing a lot of Steel Ball Run stuff lately, all over the place. People are excited about this series, man. I'm really excited to get into it and see what it's all about. Yeah, maybe it could be the future, Ray. There's a few series I could do that with. People keep talking about Kingdom. It's so funny with Kingdom. I'm sure Kingdom's great. Sorry, let me scroll down for a second. Okay, I'm caught up. Am I reading it in color? No. I will get color pages sent to me, but I'm not reading in color. The thing with Kingdom is, like, I'm sure Kingdom is amazing. I have no interest in it at this point in time. No intention, no interest. I'm not interested in it. And I've been so clear about that. Right? I've been pretty clear about it, right? For like 2 years, I'm just like, I'm not interested in Kingdom, guys. I'm sure it's amazing, but it doesn't catch my eye. I'm not interested. And people keep saying things on Twitter that are, or like messaging me. It's like, I know that you said that you're not going to start Kingdom super soon and might do it in the future, and might do it like after JoJo's, but I'm excited for when you do. I'm like, I literally said I'm never, like, I have no intention to do it. I never said I'm doing it after JoJo's. I never said I'm doing it after Tokyo Ghoul. I never said I'm not super interested in it. I said I'm not interested at all. Like, I want to be clear. Maybe next year I'll change my mind. But as of right now, I have no interest in Kingdom. So it's funny to see that be twisted a little bit. Me too, Mel. I hope so too. When's Baki happening? Baki is never happening. I've seen enough Baki through Fiji and Mel to know that Baki is the opposite of my taste. And I'm sure it's amazing. Again, I'm sure it's amazing. Everything I've seen from Baki is like, you do not want to read this. It's not my thing. And that's fine. That's fine. What puts me off from Kingdom? Nothing from Kingdom puts me off. The problem is nothing from Kingdom puts me on. I can't wait, Kai. Any interest in starting Kubera? I think, yeah, I have a vague interest in Kubera. Slam dunk, yep. Why Baki is not my cup of tea. Oh my god. Now, so in 2025, since JoJo's is going to become my cup of tea because of Steel Ball Run, I need to replace it with something. With Baki. Anyways. What else? I was going to say something else. It's fine. It's whatever. The main antic... Excuse me. The main antic is voiced by Akio Utsuka. Ayo, hold on. Let's see the guy. Is that the Akio Utsuka guy? Hello, Hannah. His waist is as big as my wrist. Thank you, Hugs. Okay, well, I guess we're watching. No, I'm kidding. Drawing Toji from memory. Oh man, Koyasu transformed into Akio Utsuka. He's the core inspiration between JJK's exploration of solitude and strength. Jeez. Well, I would love to hear Akio Utsuka voicing that sort of character, but I guess it's not to be this year. Or ever. This life. Okay, number 46. What's it called? Ultimate Grappler? Is that what it's called? Baki? Grappler Baki? Something like that. Did I pre-order the Switch 2 or don't care? Neither. Neither of those options. I'm vague. I'm keeping an eye on it, but I didn't pre-order it. Okay. Okay. So. Oh, okay, sorry. I was a little confused about one thing. Okay. Shall we get started? We all heard the not this year, and then I said not this life. Then I said not this life. Okay, let's get started. Number 46. Maybe next life. Number 46. Starting off with a significant enough drop. Significant enough. Is Elden Ring. I think this is the year where I just realized I value more games than I thought above Elden Ring, and that's okay. I still absolutely adore it. It's still one of my favorite games ever. It's got, I think, the best cast in a FromSoft game, and one of my favorite worlds to explore in video games, and it's beautiful and it's fun. And the world has this seemingly endless depth, which I think is actually part of the problem, part of my only problem, basically, with Shadow of the Erdtree, the DLC. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But I think the evolution of my feelings with the series have just made it so that I connect with Sekiro more. I have a bit more fun with Sekiro as well with the combat. And the lore of Bloodborne just... I've always had Bloodborne ahead of Elden Ring. Now I have Sekiro as well. Was it because of the DLC? No, the DLC made me love Elden Ring more, but it's just the way it shook out upon reflection, how much I have connected with it. It just ended up lower than it used to. This is generational. Lives are changed in this moment. Did the DLC taking away Infinite Wealth's Game of the Year nomination make you less personally invested in its success? Yes, how dare they? No, that did annoy me, but I never hold it against the stories. Thank you, Ziggurat, for the 26 months at Tier 3. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're well. Thank you for the Tier 3 especially. That is so appreciated. Those are so important to the channel, so thank you. But yeah, Sekiro is my second favorite FromSoft at this point. Same with, and Bloodborne's my favorite. Actually, I just realized I gotta edit my FromSoft list, I guess. My FromSoft ranking list. Or Soulsborne-esque list. Now that this is revealed. Boom. Good. Okay. Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring both had a drop? That is interesting. Am I excited about the Duskbloods? That is the... Isn't that the... Oh, that's the multiplayer one, right? To be honest, not really. I'm not really... I think I'm past the point in my life where I do multiplayer games. The end of open world games. We need it. As I play Death Stranding. Spoiler alert. Other open world games are doing quite well on this list. That's Night Rain? I don't think it is. I think Duskblood and Night Rain are different, but are both multiplayer. Yeah. Red Dead 2, yep. Number 45. Number 45 is a really fun one. This is kind of had a bit of a new experience this year, kind of. No, this was not the drop, Indy. This is not the drop that is scary. Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, and including the remake. I played in the past year. I played the remake. It was fantastic. It is an amazing. It's kind of like a really in-depth remaster, I guess, more than a remake. Regardless, whatever you call it, it was so fantastic. It was such a great reminder of what an amazing adventure Thousand-Year Door is. How much fun it is. How charming the writing. Excuse me. How sharp and charming the writing is. How funny it is. Just the grandest adventure. I had such a blast going through Thousand-Year Door. It's just pure joy. It's pure fun, pure adventure. It's such a beautiful, beautiful... The old one was kind of formative for me. Not as much as the original Paper Mario, but still quite formative for me. And it's just the perfect sequel as well. The gameplay is better, the world is expanded, the story is more in-depth, it gets darker, it has just more to the dialogue and the lore. It's so organic. It's such a fun world to explore. It's one of my favorite video game worlds. It is just top to bottom a amazing experience. I don't think there's any reason to be disappointed by the music, though, Jonathan, because you have the option to play the old one. Like, you have the ability to play the old music. I can understand thinking of new music and remakes as negatives, if you don't have the option to play the old one. But like in Xenoblade Definitive Edition, in this, you have the option to play the old music. So even if you think the old music isn't as good, the old music is better, or way better, you can just change it. So I don't consider that a negative. It's a great feature. I love when remakes do that, yeah. Is it better to experience the remake or the OG first? Well, this is a remake of the second game in the series. And I think now that it's available on Switch, if you have the ability, I don't think there's any reason to play the OG. The OG Thousand-Year Door. But Paper Mario 1, this is Paper Mario 2. Paper Mario 1, I think if you're interested at all in playing it, and can play it, I would play that first, because there are some aspects of it that won't age well, because they get expanded upon and polished in Thousand-Year Door. But in terms of remake versus the old one, I think as long as you're able, go for the remake. It's really cool to see that this year there's been some shifting with the tiers and some more entries in higher tiers and some titles that didn't rise as much in numbers but went up a tier. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that, Sarah, because I've been paying attention to making sure they're in the proper tiers, or like even if they don't rise that much, putting them in a higher tier. So yeah, I'm glad you're noticing that. Top 5 Thousand-Year Door locations, if you can remember. Oh, I can remember. I can absolutely remember. Okay, so Rogueport in general. Rogueport is one of my favorite hubs ever. The Excess Express, Glitzville, the island on Chapter 5, and Twilight Town. Yeah, exactly, Hugs. Is a new game quite different? New content and stuff? No, not really. I don't think so. But like, it's very polished and it smooths out a lot of the rough edges. Did the remake make Vivian's queerness more clear in terms of localization, or was it low-key censored? It's more clear. It's more clear, which I was really, really glad about. It's pretty explicit. Yeah. It's an amazing change. If you look at my backlogged review of this, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. The last thing I say is also trans rights, baby. So yeah, we're good. We're good on that front. Interesting. Elden Ring has only gone up for me. Yeah. That's subjectivity. I'm glad. Yes. Shout out trans people. It's just beautiful that they made that more explicit. Number 44. Oh shit. Another fantastic video game. Persona 5 Royal. Pretty much feel exactly how I felt about this game as I did before. As I've always said, without the Royal content, without the third semester, I think this game would probably be, honestly, probably honorable mentions territory. Maybe at a stretch it would be here. But third semester brings everything up so much. It elevates so much in the story. It's incredible how much it elevates. All that it does, it improves Akechi so much as a character. It makes him my second favorite in the game and just generally incredible. It introduces some of the best dynamics. I really like Yoshizawa. Maruki is one of my favorite characters ever, as you saw in the Antags list. It's just, it questions and rebuts, I guess, the core premise of Persona 5 and makes the party sort of reinforce their thoughts on it and explores it deeper. And it's just so tragic. It's just so tragic the way it dives into what could have been. There's a scene with Haru that's so small, but that makes me cry. It's so good. The music is so good. It's incredible. Hello, Andres. Hello, Celestica. Hello, Lux. So if the original P5 is already my favorite game of all time, then that means, oh, you might explode playing Royal. Say one nice thing about Yoshizawa, I really like her stance on what the Phantom Troop do, and how she doesn't... It's just it's a cool middle ground between what Maruki does and what the Phantom Troop do. She's kind of in between... Sorry. Phantom Thieves do. The Phantom Thieves. The Phantom Thieves. Phantom Thieves. Whereas Maruki starkly opposes it, and the Phantom Thieves, obviously, you know, they do their thing. They do what they want to do and enact what they want to enact on the world. Yoshizawa does not agree, but at the same time, she understands that she doesn't have the perspective to say that you're definitely wrong and I need to stop you, and she just goes and does her own thing, which I really appreciate, and they could have dived into a bit more. Hello, Goose. I have not played Strikers or Tactica. Let me know if third semester works so well only because it expands off of base P5. Not only. But, yeah, for sure, it's definitely an expansion. That happened last year, too? I'm sure it did. I think it happens every time I think of the Phantom Thieves. I'm not too interested, to be honest, in Strikers or Tactica. But I'm sure they're good. Yeah, Persona 5, and it's one of my favorite... Excuse me, it's just one of the funnest turn-based games to play. It's very dynamic, it's very fun. I love the one more system, the music, it's just all around an amazing, amazing game. Top 5 Persona 5 and Royal characters? Maruki? Maruki is my favorite character for sure. Then Akechi's number 2. Number 3 is probably Haru. I love Haru. Then probably Ryuji, and then Yusuke? And then probably Sojiro. I guess so, Andres, yeah. Like, as in, you couldn't have third semester on your own? Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I heard Strikers does focus on Haru, and I really like that about it. Or I really like that, what I've heard about it in that way. It's the music is one of the greatest soundtracks ever. The visuals, it's still one of the most stunning games to just look at. Makoto? I really like Makoto. She's not in my top 5. I wish I was friends with Ryuji. Like, Makoto's 7th at most, I think, Makoto. Yusuke and Anna also get more? Cool. Cool. I'm not too... Yeah, I don't think I'll ever play it, but it's good to know that other characters get fleshed out. Because An definitely gets shafted a little bit after the first, I don't know, 20 hours or something. Makoto does love it. Makoto does love it. Awesome Nero. She's great. She's great. Really, Ray? Oh, that's so cool. Good morning, Claire. There's an aspect of the third semester that works on its own. Discussion of pain, suffering, happiness, and purpose, but there's another aspect that can only work as an expansion of the base game, which is, yeah, because the platform for that, like Power Flare says, is it's based off of sort of critiquing or questioning what, challenging what the Phantom Thieves do, and makes them think about it in a way that they hadn't before, which they probably should have, but they're also kids, so. And that aspect can only be properly achieved with the base game. From what I've heard, Lux, that's probably okay. Okay, Pepino? I'm not sure why you're saying that, but okay. Have I played Persona 5 Royal with English or Japanese dub? I played it in English every time, but I do like look up whenever I'm curious about how certain scenes were done. I look them up online to see how they were done in Japanese. Back in the days when I was sure An was going to be my favorite character, then I played the rest of the game. An's super good in the beginning. It is, like, Persona 5 definitely has a bit of a problem with character prioritization. And An is a victim of it, for sure. Rate a character dynamic, An and Nami? I don't know how to compare An and Nami since they're from different series. And then I only really know how to do dynamic, like rating dynamics within the same series. I don't think An ever gets worse, but I do wish she got more. Yeah, I don't think she gets worse. Like, I don't think there's... I don't think her writing takes a nosedive. It just isn't present, really. Yeah, for sure, Yuki. I know. When Persona 5 Royal came out, when Persona 5 Royal came out, excuse me, I was just like, am I really gonna play this long ass game again just to see what happens at the end again? And I'm like, I don't know if this is worth it. And then I looked up what people were saying about it, and people were going, yeah, this is incredible. It's worth it. And I said, okay. And it somehow was worth it. Okay, let me just say this. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but it is a little weird. I guess the vibes are a little weird. Right, this is a celebratory stream, but that doesn't mean that we all have to be super positive all the time. I've critiqued a lot in these streams as well, because I think to properly, honestly love something, you also got to see its flaws, etc. But, how do I put this? To say that you... It's just happened a few times in the streams that I don't really like the vibes of the idea, like, I actually don't like this story at all, I think it's trash, but I'm just gonna keep that to myself, you know? Or that character, but I'm just gonna keep it to myself. If you type that in chat, you're not keeping it to yourself, and it's kind of like a buzzkill a bit, you know? So just keep an eye on that, I guess. If you say that you despise something that I love, but you're gonna keep it to yourself, it's not keeping it to yourself. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to say you're not a fan of something, but I don't know. Just the way you communicate it, just keep an eye, I guess. It's a weird vibe sometimes. Anyways, speaking of hating, welcome in, DJ Evans. Speaking of hating, this is the drop. This is the drop. I'm a little like, ooh. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul from the Methverse. From number 14 to number 43. I've kind of been talking about this throughout the year. The rewatch of Breaking Bad went really well. Like, I don't think it's a weird thing. I don't know that I love the series. I mean, it's still in the top half of my favorite fiction of all time. No, Better Call Saul rewatch damaged it that badly. Just hold on. Just chill. Just chill. I don't know. I don't know that I love So let's talk about Breaking Bad first. I don't think that I love Breaking Bad really too much less. I think a couple of the characters I just don't love as much as I used to. Like Gus, I think he's great. I think he's amazing, but I'm not as enamored with him as I used to be. But overall, I still think I love Breaking Bad roughly as much as I used to. It's just that when I think about what I take away from it and what I connect with it, I'm just like, suddenly, holy shit, I knew I liked Mad Men more, but holy shit, I think I like Succession more. I think I like Succession more. I think I like Black Sails more. Sorry, Jill. And it's just like, with Breaking Bad, it's kind of a rejigging of understanding what I connect with and how consistently I connect with it in comparison to the media that I have above it, I guess. It's never usually gotten me all that emotional, and it still doesn't, and maybe that is something that is more of a factor these days than it used to be. Maybe that's part of it. But nonetheless, Walter White is still one of my favorite characters ever. He has not dropped at all. He's one of the most incredible characters I've ever seen. You saw he's in my top 10 protagonists of all time. Still absolutely adore Jesse. Season 5 is one of my favorite seasons of anything ever. So is 4. I love the plotting and evolution of the series. I love the directing, the character work. It's one of the greatest character arcs I've ever seen. Better Call Saul has lowered a little bit for me. Mostly because I find it... when I was watching Better Call Saul, there were stretches of the first few seasons. Basically, I don't know. Maybe every scene except the final one. I'm explaining it right now, JG, and you can go back in the VOD. Better Call Saul, while I was watching it, there were parts of it that I would watch and be like, huh, like, maybe... Basically, the long and short of it is, I would be a little bit bored. Like, there would be sequences of scenes that would be... Like, it's not that they don't have a purpose. They absolutely have a purpose. They're developing Kim's character. They're showing her progression and how she's shifting her perspectives on any given thing. Too much lawyer stuff, maybe? No, not at all. Not at all. That's not the case at all. I love the lawyer stuff. It's just, sometimes Better Call Saul, the way it progresses its characters and the way it tells its story to me can be a little bit dull. It's not lawyer stuff in general, it's how they go about that. I gave this example on stream a couple of weeks ago, that, in Season 5, the stuff with Kim, we learn a lot about Kim in Season 5 and how she's progressing and how she views her career, through how she interacts with the guy who just won't leave his home on this lot that needs to be cleared for her client, right? That stuff, to me, it's like, I really thought about and appreciated what it did for Kim, but it was boring to me. Like, I just wasn't interested. I wasn't interested in the dynamic or the conflict there. I have that, I feel that a few times throughout the series. It's just not consistently entertaining every episode. I still love it, I still think it's amazing, but it has dropped on rewatch, and I've only watched 4 and a bit seasons on rewatch, and Season 6 was the best, I think. So maybe I'll finish the rewatch and it'll go up a bit, but that's just how I feel. I do think the character work is better in Better Call Saul overall than Breaking Bad. I do think the directing's better. I do think it can get a bit self-indulgent sometimes, but that's all right. But yeah, in terms of engagement and entertainment and pacing, I think it suffered a little bit on rewatch. Have I ever been bored watching SpongeBob? No. Not actually, I haven't. Mike has done so well. Mike has done so well in Better Call Saul. And that's another thing. Is there a weird competition between Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? Because every time I talk about being bored with Better Call Saul, the response is, I felt that with Breaking Bad. It's like, okay, that's okay. Like, what? We don't have to. It's not a competition, guys. It's a very weird rivalry to me. I think Better Call Saul does some stuff better. I think Breaking Bad does stuff better. I prefer Breaking Bad overall, but I still love both. Better Call Saul is probably a 9 out of 10 to what you guys were asking. I know, it's really too bad. It's really a shame that people... I notice it a lot. When I critique Better Call Saul, the immediate response a lot of the time is, that's weird. I felt that way with Breaking Bad. I was bored to death of Breaking Bad. I fucking hated it. It's like, man, all right, chill. And I've seen it a lot of places. It's like, guys, you don't, it's fine. It's fine. Preferences are a thing. So yeah, I don't have the same problems that Hannah described there with Jimmy and Kim. I love Jimmy and Kim. But I do think that sometimes it does get a bit self-indulgent. I think it does take its time a bit too much. And that made me feel, whereas Better Call Saul used to be a 10 for me. Yeah, I agree, D. I agree. It's a 9. And also, I still maintain that Lalo kind of what Sam was saying. Lalo ultimately has ended up someone who I love for his antagonistic force in the series, but who ultimately, the disappointment of how his character arc ends to me just grows more and more the more it goes on. We hate to see two bad bitches pitted against each other, but it's Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. We never saw the end. No, we didn't. Lalo was the blueprint for Kunjaku. Who's the best Salamanca? Lalo, I think. Hector's really, really interesting and really underrated, but I still think it might be Hector. It might be Hector, actually. It might be. It's really close between the two of them. Me too, Simba. Me too. I guess I just was disappointed with how he ended, and I was kind of wanting him to feel like more than that to me. Yes, I think so, Lux. But to be a bit more positive, Chuck only gets better in my mind. Chuck and Jimmy's relationship is probably my favorite in the Methverse. It is probably my favorite across both series. The more I think about it, it's either them or Walt and Jesse. It's really, really close between both of them. It's so unbelievable. Chuck just gets better and better the more I think about him. And, Jimmy, amazing. Kim, amazing. Howard, oh my god. I love Howard. My heart bleeds for Howard. He is so goddamn good. Howard is an incredible character. So, the cast of Better Call Saul is honestly phenomenal. Howard is so good. Exactly, Tyke. That's exactly it. El Camino? No opinion. Yeah, like Trish said, I'm not interested in El Camino. The Salamanca family did have that potential, Andres, for them to cook in a Zoldyck family way. They honestly do. To me, Lalo is always a stepping stone for Gus. I've been comparing him to Alan Kita after Kita defeats his biggest obstacle. He grows a bit too overconfident and complacent, which opens the way for them to underestimate Near/Walter, which is the perfect way to utilize a prequel villain. See, I mean, I agree with everything you say, Weaver, until the end, because the execution to me is weak. Yeah, like, I get that, I understand it. It's not a problem with the idea, and I've said this forever about Lalo, forever. It's not a problem with the idea. It's a problem with it feeling like a flimsy way to conclude it logistically. His last scene in the series is so weak to me. It's so weak. And it's not weak in the sense of, oh, he's, like, it makes sense because he's overconfident. It just totally undercuts the aura he's had throughout the entire thing. And, yeah, you could say maybe he's fraud-like, and that's why. Lalo is not a fraud character. He's not like a... No, they're not, Tyke! See, I was so scared of this. Better Call Saul is a 9. Breaking Bad is still a 10. I was so scared of this. So yeah, I think it's the execution. The execution is the problem. I do hate them. Thoughts on Nacho? He's great. Breaking Bad is 10 out of 10. I know. Breaking Bad does get hated, in my experience. Like, it gets thrown around that it's overrated a lot, that it's not as iconic or legendary as people say it was, etc., etc. I've noticed a bit of revisionism in the last 3 or 4 years. Where do you think I put Breaking Bad alone? Higher or lower than this? Not lower. Roughly the same spot. Roughly the same spot. So, I don't know. I was nervous about this plaything. I was nervous about this. Because I think the moment you see -29, oh my god, he hates it. they're not masterpieces for him anymore. He doesn't care about the characters. People are going to make assumptions, which I think that's natural. But I was just kind of dreading it. Oh, man. They're both absolutely wonderful series. The story cohesively is totally wonderful. It's beautifully constructed. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time, both of them. I just, as you grow up, you learn that you connect with things less, or you value things less, and it just happens. I know, Trish. The thing is, the thing that comes with a minus 29 drop is, like, people want to know why. So I have to explain it. And then the explanation for a minus 29 drop is nonetheless it's going to have negatives in it. But then people will argue back on the negatives, and it's just like, it fuels like a talk about negatives in a top 100 list, which I think is probably unavoidable, but it's a shame nonetheless. It's just like, but I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to just give it a minus 8 drop or something just to pretend that it isn't where it is to avoid that sort of thing. But the TLDR is that it's still absolutely amazing, a masterful series. I love it beyond words. I've made so many videos about it too. Like I said, man, Howard as a character blows my mind how good he is. Chuck, Jimmy, Kim, Nacho's great. Even though I have disappointments with Lalo, I think he's unbelievable as a sort of force of nature antagonist. He's still an honorable mention antagonist. It's really, it's one of the most gorgeous visually TV shows you'll ever see. And then Breaking Bad, my feelings on it, I don't think it's any worse than I used to, like I said. Think we'll ever see another Breaking Bad video? Probably sometime. No, you're absolutely right, Trish. You're absolutely right. How hard was it to accept that it's not a tier 1.5 story to you? It was weird. It was a bit weird. Because it's something I associated with myself, right? It's like, yeah, I'm AJ. I am Alexander. It's just a given that Breaking Bad is in my top 15 stories of all time. That's just who I am. But actually, no, it's not anymore. So it's like, I had to it took me a couple of months to be like, wow, that's different, I'm not like that anymore. Not that I don't love it, because nothing changes about any of the videos I put out or any of the stuff I've praised about it. None of that changes. But I'm not the guy who has it that high anymore. I'm just the guy who has it around the top 40 instead of the top 10. It is like that, Hugs. It's very cool to have experienced so many new things that your favorites change. Exactly, that's something to celebrate too, right? How boring would it be if my top 10 and top 15 and top 20 literally hardly ever changed ever from year to year, and these lists every year were the same, What that would show to me is, obviously, I think you can't really trust favorites list if there isn't some solidarity, if there isn't some stability. Like, if I'm changing my top one every year, how can you trust that I have genuine tastes, or that my tastes are even something that you can put a handle on? You know what I mean? So obviously you have to have some stability. But the fact that there are so many changes like this show that every year I experience new stories and I learn to value new things, and my tastes change, and that's something to celebrate, I think. Yeah, exactly, Hugs. So, is it a bit of a shame? Yeah, it is it a bit of a shame, but at the same time, it's not like I don't love it. It's not like any of my feelings have changed with my videos and all that. And I promise you can still come into stream and talk to me about how great Better Call Saul is, and I will engage. I promise you. I promise. So yeah, it's this was the big drop I was scared of. I see, Tyke. No worries. Thanks for listening. Hope it works well as a podcast. Damn, and you survived, Trish. Crazy. Love comes in waves, true. Is it possible that your mind will change with later introspection on the show and it'll go back up? Of course! Why wouldn't it be? Look, Steins Gate dropped like 30 spots last year, and then it went up again. Very slightly, but it didn't continue falling. Fata Morgana dropped, and it's roughly in the same spot. Like, they're stable. Gintama dropped like 20 spots or something, and then it went back up. So, yeah, this is always fluid. There's never a guarantee, like, there's any possibility for anything. Next year, I could hate Hunter x Hunter. Maybe it's number -100, or -1. Maybe it's my least favorite. Who knows? Not actually. So, yes. If you really think about it, why wouldn't it be a possibility that it can go up, right? Why not? Why would that be impossible? But this is where it's at now. With a drop like this, is it a slow burn or did you realize it when you sat down to make the list? When I realized it and it all dropped at once. I'm just like, okay, I think Breaking Bad's dropped a bit. Oh shit. Oh, it's below this one. Oh, it's below this one. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn. How am I going to explain this? That's how it happened. Yeah, that's the thing with me as well. Breaking Bad is so formative for me that accepting that Succession was ahead of it, spoilers, was weird. It's a weird thing. I found something in Hunter x Hunter I actually dislike, and it's been 10 years, but it's a cool feeling. Ooh, interesting. Say one nice thing about... Sorry. Chuck and Jimmy's dynamic or Walt and Jesse's dynamic? As a dynamic? I don't know. I think, probably... Okay, if I had to pick one. Chuck and Jimmy or Walt and Jesse. They're both triple S heart and soul stuff. But probably Chuck and Jimmy. Let me know if your taste changing is a tragedy and indicates the loss of your sense of self. It does. Especially Andres, when you're gushing about it. No, I'm kidding. I'm really glad that you've found a spot to understand... Oh shit, the music. To understand where exactly Breaking Bad sits for you. I'm glad you think so, Indy. I'm really proud of my Breaking Bad videos. Sorry, Nora. The hug between Walt and Jesse is so layered. Maybe Walt and Jesse is my favorite. No, well, okay. I don't know. I just said Chuck and Jimmy, but now I'm thinking it's Walt and Jesse. It's worth it, Ray. It's an awesome series. See, Walt and Jesse is one of the first things I point to people who say that, like, people who conceptualize love differently than you or I, who say that love cannot be toxic, or, like, love cannot be negative. I immediately point to Walt and Jesse. I'm like, Walt loves that man. Walt fucking loves Jesse. But he also hates him, and he also uses him and manipulates him. They're not mutually exclusive. And it's such a beautifully dark, fucked up, loving relationship with so much going on. Is it, Diego? Damn. Anyways, hopefully I've clarified. If you have further questions or you think of a question down the line, feel free. Feel free to ask. Say one nice thing about Mike Ehrmantraut. I think it's come to the point where he's my fourth favorite character in the series. And to me, is one of the... in the conversation for the most emotional character in the series, for me. I know, Struggler. Oh my god. That's interesting, Andres. I see it. I see it. Is he over Chuck? I go back and forth between him and Chuck for 4 and 5. So I think it's Walt, Jimmy, Jesse, Mike, Chuck, Kim, Howard, Hank. Oh, sorry, sorry, Gus is probably 6, then Kim, then Howard, Hank, Skylar, something like that. And you're so real for that, Hannah. Jesse is easily the most emotion. See, that was my take until this rewatch, and then I'm like, Mike might be as emotional as Jesse to me. Say one nice thing about Sugasa Hanekawa, one of early Monogatari's highlights, and I'm enjoying my time with her a ton. Top 5 in the series, and one of the best character arcs in a series full of amazing character arcs. And honestly, not for me, not the most emotional moment. She doesn't have the most emotional moment in the series for me, but she has one of the most emotional moments in the series, and this beautiful, gratifying ascent and clearing of the clouds in a way that is so beautifully realized. Mike and Jesse, rated character dynamic Mike and Jesse. It makes me so depressed that, oh, they make me so sad. All the times where Mike just goes like, oh, damn it, kid. When he sees what Walt is doing to him, and he's just like, I just want better for you. And he just goes, damn it, kid. Oh, it's so good. Triple S. Triple S. Love or hate the Ted Beneke birthday scene? That is the one thing in fiction I hate. Positive, affectionate. Say one nice thing about Gale. Sorry, Jonah. I clown on Gale all the time. Gale is such a oh my god. Gale is the original incel. But what I will say is that he's not a bad character. Like, I think he's a good character. I think he's an interesting character, a good character, and I really like the voice work. But I gotta be honest, like, I clown on Gale all the time. I think he's so pathetic. But I think he's good, and he's fun, and he's entertaining, very well voiced, and Baldur's Gate 3 is made better by his presence. I could argue that Mike is just as toxic as Walt. I'd love to hear why you think that. This is Gale Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, it's so good, Weaver. It's so good. How many Triple S dynamics in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? Like 5, maybe? 5 or 6? Kim is definitely my most emotional character. I adore her so much. I think her descent along with Jemmy is something so tragically beautiful, but the way her trajectory got changed by her own choices makes me so... I wish it could have been different. It's very beautifully angsty. It's one of my favorite, kind of like... It's a romance, but also like a doomed romance with a lot of elements that aren't attached to their romance there. It's really nuanced and multifaceted and really good and dark and miserable and angsty. It's one of the Triple S relationships. Yeah, you had to be the man. It's interesting because yeah, the thing about what Mike says there, like Indy says, when Mike says you had to be the man, he's right. That is Walter, but he's not right in saying that Walt killed Gus because he had to be the man. He did it because literally it was a domino effect starting from, honestly, Jesse's inability to let things go, which is understandable, but like it led from one thing to another that made it so that Walt literally had to kill him. But Mike's also right about Walt generally. Asterian's so good, chill. Oh, no, sorry, Gale Baldur's Gate. Gale Baldur's Gate. Gale Bloodborne, oh, yeah. I see their game, Struggler. I see their game. The way Mike gaslit a ton of people in the fanbase into thinking the deal with Gus fell through because of Walt's ego. Yeah! It's kind of interesting. But I think Walt also used the situation to feel that way about himself afterward. Oh, for sure he did. That's all of what Season 5 Part 1 is about. Is him gaslighting himself and drinking his own Kool-Aid, and Mike then calling him out for it. But he traces it back to killing Gus, which wasn't the case. After that, Walt should have just, if he was being logical and smart and not buy into his ego, he should have just let it lie. But he had to do more. He had to do more. That's when he had to be the man. I feel like he would have eventually killed Gus even if none of that Jesse stuff happened. Probably. It just would have taken a lot longer. Or I see that. I see that for sure. Anyways, number 42. Very fun discussion. This is kind of a new entry. I don't know how to classify this. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. But this is kind of a new entry, kind of not. So, last year, Zelda Majora's Mask was number 44. I now group it together with Ocarina of Time. Yes, Raph. Yes, you got it. I group it together with Ocarina of Time, and I have it at this place. In this spot. Because in my mind now, to me, these two stories are kind of two parts of the same whole. And it's hard for me to separate them. So if I think of Ocarina of Time... Yeah, that's why it wasn't in the honorable mentions. If I think of Ocarina of Time, on its own, it is in my almost favorites. Where is it? It is in my almost favorites. That's why it's here. Together with Majora's Mask, it makes a story that's greater than the sum of its parts. And I put them together now. It's definitely a duology, yeah. I know some people group together the Hero of Time saga, so like 4 games. Yeah, I could understand putting Twilight Princess with them, but to me, my feelings for Twilight Princess are very, very distinct from my feelings for those two, so I have to separate it, but I could understand that for sure. They are part of, in some ways, they are part of the same story, and that's part of what the video I'm writing, actually, is about. The video about Zelda and Link and the Curse of Link and the Curse of the Legend of Zelda. Does the Hero of Time and Twilight Princess affect this rating? Yeah, I mean, because it's hard to explain without getting deep into it, but because there is continuity there, I think it's all kind of linked. So yeah. It's an incredible... So I think of it as a duology, and I think it's an unbelievably beautiful duology. It's incredible. And it only gets better with time. You're right, Goose. You're right. My top 1 pro tag, Zelda. So yeah, I link them together now. And part of it is because of a lot of the thoughts I've had about Zelda in the last year, specifically the last couple months. Twilight Princess and Wind Waker are far distant sequels, yeah, so I could understand people grouping them together, but for me, Wind Waker is different, Twilight Princess is different. And they are number 42. They are number 42. I think to this day, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask duology is probably my favorite piece of Nintendo media. Base, that is a great take. There's nothing that captures the perfect hero's journey and growth and the opposite end of the spectrum being the personal loss, grief, and tragedy. It's sublime. It's so rich. It is so... And it's so bold to give that story for a game marketed towards young people. Oldest teenagers. It's kind of crazy that it tackles all these themes with such maturity and darkness in some ways. It's kind of crazy, but it does, and it's so mature, and it's so rich, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm going to get into Zelda after Yakuza. What would you say is a great entry? Like a starting point? If you're doing 3D Zeldas, Ocarina of Time. If you're doing Zelda in general, I would say A Link to the Past. I hope it'll end up good, NL. I think it'll be a good one. I think it'll be a good one. Oh. Me too, Indy. Not this year, but in general. They do, Nora. And they usually get them. That's funny. That's the funny thing. Kids are smart and deserve good stories, and they usually get them. It's just that the kids, that being us sometimes, don't realize how good they are until you grow up. A lot of it comes from Majora's Mask just being made in a handful of months. Yeah, it's absolute lightning in a bottle. Creativity springing from constraints. Excuse me, I bit my tongue. So yeah, kind of a new entry, kind of not. You know what I mean. I put it as a new entry. Me too, NL. Me too. We'll do a bet soon. I don't know when exactly. Maybe between 36 and 35. It's a miracle, Jonathan. It's really a miracle. Yeah. The thing is, I think when you're a kid, you feel it. Like, I think when you're a kid, you feel what the game is putting out there. You feel it. You can't place it, you can't articulate it, but you can feel it. And then you can properly articulate and understand it as you get older, the context for it. And that's the beauty between really layered, really well done kids media. Or media that's aimed towards kids. If it's a great piece of kids media, it doesn't get worse as you get older. It doesn't. It straight up doesn't. At least that's my opinion. Although, there are cases where something's just made for, like, little kids, and that's it, and that's fine. But the truly great stories that are targeted towards kids do not get shallower as you get older. They, in fact, a lot of the time get deeper. No, that doesn't sound silly at all, Nora. The Wiggles, yeah, I was thinking about stuff like that. Who knows, maybe Caillou is peak. Maybe Caillou is amazing. I don't know. Good morning, Xnob. Did Ocarina of Time raise it at all, the Majora's Mask placement? Yeah, together they do. I think that Majora's Mask would have been, like, on its own. Like 47, 48, something like that. It would be around here. Love Petupon. No, I totally agree, Sam. And it's true. A lot of the favorites that you talk about are thought of as kids' media, and that I talk about. Paper Mario, Zelda in general, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon. Exactly, D. Yeah, exactly. Bob L'Éponge. Caillou is top one, yeah. My family used to call me Caillou because I was bald as a kid. That's a compliment, Chandrine. Caillou top one. Interesting. Interesting. I'm sorry. There's a sad face, so I think that was a negative. I'm sorry. They aren't calling you Caillou now, though. Hopefully. Yeah, Series of Unfortunate Events. That's a good one. Disney movies. I think Avasia mentioned Ghibli movies, or Ghibli movies, however you pronounce it. I think people don't really talk about how horrifying that the game suddenly takes a shift halfway through the game and Link has to grow up in a really subtextual and gameplay reflective way. Yes! Like, if you really think about what Link goes through, that is inhumane, what he goes through. It is insane. Absolutely insane. Do you think it's valid if someone's top 5 movies are all kids' movies? Any top 5 of anything is valid. I am not... No one out there, certainly not me, has the right to tell someone that their top 5 of anything is invalid. I've seen people say... I saw something going around on Twitter a few weeks ago, that if your top 5 video games are all less than 10 years old, then you need to play more video games, or it's invalid, or something like that. No, that's not true. That's not true. Amazing video games come out every year, and if they speak to you more than games from 20 years ago, valid. If your most favorite movies are kids shows, or kids movies, kids shows, whatever, valid. It's all valid, man. We all have different tastes. You're not hurting anyone by having a top 5. It's all valid. Hello, Gil. Hello, Gil. Yeah, as long as your connection is genuine. We had a big talk about it, Gil. The TLDR... There's no real TLDR. If you want to know, it's best to go back in the VOD. We talked about it for a while. But what if their top 5 are all FIFA games? Well, then we need to give them an intervention. That is a joke. That is a joke. Fair enough, Trish. Fair enough. Avatar. Yeah, Avatar's a great example. I went back and watched Avatar for the first time in 2020. And it's not a favorite of mine, but some characters in it are favorites of mine, and it's an incredibly rich story that is timeless. I read Naruto, and I'm like, you guys grew up with this shit? I cannot believe how lucky you were to have grown up with that. But at the same time, I can't believe how lucky I am to read it as an adult. People were bringing volumes of Naruto to class. So based. So real. In my class, it was big Inuyasha. I don't know why. People were obsessed with Inuyasha in my class. And like Beyblade, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon. But the thing is, Inuyasha aired at 8 p.m., so it was the nighttime show. It was a mature show. It's like, yo, did you stay up and watch Inuyasha at like 8:30? Yeah. It's like, oh my god, they like almost showed boobs in a scene. There was a bath scene. Oh my god, I thought my parents were gonna walk in. Oh my god. That was my middle school. It was a past midnight show. Oh, this is the greatest song in Undertale to me. Yeah, I get that for sure, Mr. Kochido. My exposure to Zelda games has been through people that have thoroughly experienced it already, and so my first experience was kind of detached and sterile. Like they'd already gone through those emotions as kids and sped through it. I feel like I learned everything mechanically about the game before I considered anything about the story. Oh, interesting. Well, if you're interested, X-Knob, I'd really recommend going through it. If you're interested at all, they are the Majora's Mask replay is going to change Tyke's life, and it'll change yours. No, they're very worth going through, even if you know them already. Anyway, speaking of kids media, let's continue. Speaking of kids media, always have to say this, obligatory, fuck J.K. Rowling. However, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, specifically the film, and specifically the way that Alfonso Cuarón brings it to life with his direction and the way he approaches the thematics and visuals and tone and Hogwarts in general and the coming-of-age story that it is. Fuck J.K. Rowling, trans rights always. But this was such an integral part of my childhood, and kind of like we're talking about, revisiting it again every couple of years as an adult is such a joy, and I always get more things from it. It always impacts me in different ways. It is such a beautiful, poetic, serene, flowing river of a film that even if my, I guess, connection with the series overall has kind of gone out the window in the past few years, this movie's an exception, and it'll forever, I think, be a part of me. Is this just one movie? This is the third movie. There are 8 Harry Potter movies, and this is the third one. You and every other content creator covering Harry Potter say that? That's a good thing. That's good. Everyone should be saying, fuck J.K. Rowling, although I doubt that it's every single one, unfortunately. How do I feel about the rest of the movies? Well, I have it's a long-ass video. I don't know if you've seen it, Ray. I have a long-ass video where I talk about every single Harry Potter movie. It's 3 hours plus, so if you might not want to watch it, but I think it's a good one if you're ever interested. But TLDR, Philosopher's Stone, really good. A little bit unimaginative at points in terms of the direction, but overall really good, great casting, very magical and cozy. Chamber of Secrets, the same thing, but a bit too long and a bit too stifled in creativity. Prisoner of Azkaban, masterpiece, what I just said. Goblet of Fire, arguably the worst movie. It really just dilutes the magic of the story, and really doesn't understand the soul and spirit of the story, I think. Order of the Phoenix is a deceptively great adaptation, cuts a lot of stuff, but most of it is understandable and it flows really well. Half-Blood Prince is very flawed, but still really like it, really like the direction and the overall approach. It's a beautiful film. Deathly Hallows Part 1, really like it. It's really goofy and stupid at points, but really like it overall. Deathly Hallows Part 2, really good. I prefer the films over the books? No. Just for this film. Thank you, Hugs. This one's always been my favorite. It's always been my favorite. Mine too. Yeah. It's funny, Chill. I mean, the horrific... I don't want to talk too much about this because it gets me upset, and I'm sure it gets some of you guys upset. But the horrific, like, tomfoolery, ghoulery of J.K. Rowling is actually, like, in plain sight a lot of the time. There is a literal plot line about why it's bad that Hermione wants to free slaves. This is my favorite movie, yeah. It's my favorite movie. And it's so funny, because I'm reading it, and I'm just like, okay, yeah. Like, I'm reading this as a kid. I'm 9, 10, 11, I'm reading it, and I'm just like, uh-huh. And Ron goes, but Hermione, they like being enslaved. And Ron is treated as the correct person here. And I'm just reading it, I'm just like, okay, whatever. And then years later, I said something. I said something. Which, what I said was like, it's unfortunate that they removed that stuff because I think it makes Hermione a better character. Like, I think it adds an element to Hermione that is good. That's the one positive thing among a cacophony of horrible stuff. So I said that. I'm like, they removed that and it made Hermione less deep as a character. And then someone said to me, like, I think that's good. Like, Yeah, Hermione's a little bit not as good of a character, but they also removed the horrible politics of that. And I said, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. And then I realized what it was. I'm like, oh my god. That's insane. So yeah. I'm just like, man, I don't like it because it makes Hermione not as good of a character. And then I realized what it actually did. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'll take that. No, I haven't, Trish. I haven't. The Irish character, Seamus Finnegan. The Chinese character, Cho Chang. Yeah. I haven't heard of that, Trish. Serona Ryan. Wow. Wow. Oh boy. But anyways, Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite film, and it's a work of art. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Not good. Not very good. Not very good. Lupin is incredible. Lupin is one of my favorite characters in the series. It's a big shame that the movies really... After this film, Lupin is like nothing. It's really unfortunate. But he is amazing in this movie. Sirius is amazing in this movie. Lupin, great. Snape, great. Every character is really good. Really, really good. Dumbledore is fantastic. Welcome in, Mel. Perfect timing, because we all just said that a few minutes ago. They do Ron a bit dirty. They give Hermione a couple of Ron's lines, so yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I think Ron is probably the character that's closest to a negative. Okay. Next up is a fun one. Sorry, there was a typo. Oh, oops. And I actually made a mistake. There we go. Bet time? No, we're doing a bet between, I think, 35 and 36. It's a weird one. I mean, we could do a bet between these two, but it's very weird. Okay, you know what? Let's do a bet. You guys are asking for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's a weird bet, but let's do it. So we're at 40. Okay. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, or One Piece up to chapter 1147. Perfect, just in time, Hannah. You're stay strong. So last year One Piece was 42, and Sekiro was 39. Isn't this weird? Isn't this a weird bet? Okay. Sekiro, I kind of complimented a lot of it earlier. It's a poetic, flowing, beautiful, lyrical game with incredible storytelling. Some of my favorite combat in anything. And One Piece, you guys know my thoughts on One Piece. You guys know it. Sekiro over Elden Ring is interesting too. Is this strictly narrative? It's Gil, with when it comes to these lists, everything is considered. Obviously, I value things I value certain aspects more than others, but everything's considered. Okay. Here we go. One Piece versus Sekiro. Which one is higher? Did the fan letter affect One Piece's ranking? Yeah, probably. Probably. Staying stable or anything to like -1, -2 is basically a rise. So One Piece has at least gone up 2 or 3. And it's been a weird year in terms of my love for One Piece because I think we've, like, Egghead is amazing. The beginning of Elbaf is incredible. And someone mentioned this in a minute ago, but I think Elbaf has actually contributed to my increased enjoyment of One Piece more than... Elbaf has contributed more than Egghead. But at the same time, there is a weird thing I have with stories that aren't complete. Like, I love all of this stuff, and it really increases my love and elevates my love for One Piece. But before me saying that it goes ahead of stories that are comprehensive and complete, that I know for sure, you know, where certain character arcs go, that it all ends satisfyingly, I need to know where it goes with One Piece, you know? I need to know where it goes. For ages, Naruto was around here until I reached the ending, and I'm like, okay, it's peak, it's great. So yeah. Same deal with Yakuza games. A lot of Yakuza games linger around here, or Yakuza as a series in general, until I finish them, and then I go, okay, you know, I'm confident that I can conclusively give my thoughts. Does Berserk not being complete affect my love for it? Yeah. It does. If Berserk was complete, maybe it would be higher. I'm ranking Yakuza as a full series. Yeah, most of the things in One Piece are not resolved yet. Like, where does Dragon go? Shamrock just got introduced, and I love him, but what's his dynamic gonna be? I could be making all that shit up about his dynamic with Shanks. Who knows? Oda has to follow through with it. Also, Zoro's anxiety. I love that, but it has to go somewhere. Same with Gunko. Gunko's an incredible character so far. She needs to continue to be. Loki. Like, the dynamics with Luffy's dream, Emu, Blackbeard. There is so much potential in One Piece, and I need to see as it progresses. You know, maybe this time next year, I'll be like, Shamrock's peak, that's done. Loki's peak, that's done. And now we can elevate One Piece even further with certain things being settled. But at the moment, it's so unsettled with a lot of the things I love that I have trouble putting it higher than complete experiences. You know what I mean? Kind of, Raph. Kind of, yeah. With series like Yakuza and Trails, I guess the fact that each game has a self-contained story while manga arcs bleed together more? Yes, definitely. And also, when it comes to Oda plants seeds and takes very long to fulfill them, much more than series like, than something like Yakuza, or something like Hunter x Hunter. Something like Hunter x Hunter, or something like Berserk. You know? There are less dangling things in those series than in One Piece. And that isn't a knock against it. It just makes it so that I need to see where it goes for certain things more with One Piece than other series. Okay, anyways, the answer is... Thank you, FM Pagani, for the 9 months with Prime. Thank you very much. The answer is... Sorry. I was yapping. The answer is... 32% say Sekiro, 68% say One Piece. The answer is One Piece. I just gave it all to you without typing it, sorry. One Piece is 39, and Sekiro is 40. One Piece leapfrogs Sekiro. Let me just paste it. So Sekiro goes down 1. Absolutely adore Sekiro, by the way. It is a masterpiece. It is a 10 out of 10. But One Piece goes up 3. Congrats, congrats. What about stories on hiatus? Does the ephemerality of stories like Vagabond and Nana hinder, enhance, or not affect your perception of them? Nana, I don't think it's affected very much. Vagabond, I think it actually enhances it a bit with Vagabond. It's a weird thing with Vagabond that enhances it. Hunter x Hunter, it doesn't really affect it one way or another. Like, obviously, getting more of Hunter x Hunter means getting more of the story that I love, means elevating my appreciation for the story even further. But generally, hiatuses don't negatively affect my love for it or positively affect it. This doesn't mean that One Piece is a 10 now, no. I still need to see endings, you know? Remember my read-through with Bleach? I didn't give it a 10 until literally it was finished. Despite it being up there. Same with Naruto. Same with Yakuza. I need to see how it finishes. Or I don't need to see exactly the end of the series before I give it a 10, but I need some fulfillment of certain things that I've been waiting for. Like, let's say in a couple of years, Blackbeard is one of my favorite characters ever, and Emu is one of my favorite characters ever, and a lot of the Shanks stuff that we've been waiting for is fulfilled. Maybe I can give it a 10 then, because it's fulfilled a lot of the stuff that I wanted it to, even if it's not done. But I'm still waiting a bit. Maybe, Raph. Please don't fumble, Oda. Thank you, Brimbo. Thank you, Brimbo, for the, 12 months. Welcome to the Year Club. Thank you very much. Can't wait for the Minecraft movie to be #1. Why are you spoiling? Thank you so much, Brimbo. And thank you again, FM Pagani, for the 9 months with Prime. I hope you're having a great day, too. You have some arcs at a 10 already for One Piece? Yes. Marineford. And there are a couple... Skypia might be a 10. Water 7 Endings Lobby might be a 10. Elbaf will be a 10. I believe. How high could you see One Piece going if Oda really sticks the landing? No idea. Like, people always ask me that. I don't know. I need to see it in front of me before I can answer that. But I would like to say that it could go as high as Oda allows it to go, you know? I would like to say that the sky's the limit. That's the beauty of possibility with this sort of thing. It all depends on how well it's done, and if it's done masterfully, who knows? Age is going to give One Piece a 10 eventually. It's only a matter of time. Do you want my thoughts on if I'm going to give One Piece a 10 by the end? Because I definitely have an idea. To me, Egghead's a 9 out of 10, Simba. No, Red Reclaimer. I explained the Elden Ring drop. You can check the VOD near the beginning of stream. So I think that One Piece will end up a 10. I really do. Unless Oda really disappoints, which... I mean, Oda does have his flaws, so it's not impossible, but I think it's very unlikely. So I think One Piece will end up a 10. Hamdaj. They're doing it. They're doing it. Not that much individually, Mel, but maybe together. Like, a big thing with One Piece is that, like I said, these payoffs. I think how Shanks' character ends is going to be huge for me with One Piece. But Blackbeard and Emu, oh my gosh, a lot of my stocks are in One Piece in general are invested with where they go. So I don't think individually they matter to me as much as Aizen mattered to Bleach individually, but together they are about the same. Top 5 Sekido bosses? The Owl, Genichiro, twice, the final boss, Ishin, and... yeah, kind of Struggler. Have I played all the routes? Yep. To me, Sekido's story only works through all the routes. TLDR, Elijah, I think it could either be Blackbeard or Emu. I don't think Akainu's gonna be the last villain. That doesn't seem like it fits to me. Yeah, maybe the ape in Sekido. Maybe Emma. Slight Amori drop. -1. We gotta get this rhetoric out of here, Tyke. -1 is not a drop. It's not a drop. Please don't call -1 a drop. Please don't. That'll drive me crazy. Please don't. We're at... What number are we now? 37. -1, I promise, there is no drop at all. It's... Because of new entries, it's actually like... a -1 is kind of like a rise. To maintain its spot is big. So... Please don't look at Amori and think that I love it less slightly than last year. I don't. Amori is a masterpiece, and it's totally incredible, and we have not seen Cyberpunk. It's totally incredible, and this unbelievable character piece, and one of the most fantastic endings to a story that I think I've ever seen. The last few hours of Amori are unbelievable, out-of-this-world fiction. Incredibly disturbing and visceral. Incredibly upsetting. Lots of trigger warnings attached to Amori, but if that's okay, if you're okay with that, it is potentially life-changing. The music. I'm surprised you've sustained so much with Amori. I don't know why, but in my head, I always figured you've grown distant to it. I'm glad to see it's still here. It's still here, and it's holding strong, man. I love Amori. No, Tyke. If I don't want to say something about a series that I talk about a lot, I literally just go like, "You guys know how I feel about it." If people have questions, I'll answer them. But that's why I feel, for example, maybe I felt the need to go in depth about Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask together as one because it's new. But that's why when I said One Piece, I'm like, you guys know how I feel about One Piece. That's why when I talk about Hunter x Hunter later, I'm not even going to explain anything about why I love the series. You guys know. Yes, there are a bunch of redeems I haven't gotten to. It's just, like, a lot of stuff's happening on stream. Just give me a second, Diego. How similar is Amori to Undertale? There are some elements to Undertale that I think are quite similar in Amori, but it's also very different at the same time. Amori has one of the best final bosses ever. Amori is a masterpiece. It's an artistic marvel to me. Music, honestly, visuals as well, visuals, aesthetics, structure of the story. I think it is a bit flawed in the way it goes about that structure. I do think there are some rough edges and pacing problems here and there, but the way it all comes together is one of the strongest endings to any story ever. So say one nice thing about a character or story. Dewey Finn from School of Rock. Don't remember anything from School of Rock. Sorry, Andres. I answered the top 5 Sekido bosses. Top 5 Amori dynamics. Yeah, that was just 3 minutes ago. I'll get to the redeems, guys. Don't worry. Top 5 Amori dynamics. Sunny and Amori. Weird, but you get me, right? Sunny and Basil. Sorry, yeah, Sunny and Mari. Kel and Hiro. Mari and Hiro. And probably Sunny and Basil. Oh, really, Andres? I had no idea. There are Umi Neko parallels in Omori to me. I love Amori's narrative, but I'm a little lukewarm on its ludonarratology, which hinders it as an artsy piece for me. Interesting. What do you mean by that, Mel? Like, what elements specifically are you lukewarm on? Because to me, Where I have problems with Omori is where a lot of it's abstract and metaphorical and allegorical, and I get that, and it's great, but sometimes it goes a bit off the rails with how thin those sections can be to me. And I think they can be paced a bit too long. That's how I feel. But I think you're talking about something different. Top 5 stories you suspect will be 10s eventually. Interesting. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. One Piece? Steel Ball Run? I have no idea. I have no idea about Steel Ball Run. With stories I haven't experienced yet, it's hard for me to... I don't think I'd be able to say I expect them to be 10s, because I don't, to be honest. Yeah, Tokyo Ghoul, no, because I don't have any expectations for its quality. I just hope it'll be good, but I don't know. A Trails game making it to a 10? I would love that. I think it has the sauce. You know what? Trails Beyond the Horizon. I think Trails Beyond the Horizon could be the 10. I think it could be the 10. I believe. Azure gets really close. Vinland Saga is Monogatari a 10? It's a strong 9. Vinland Saga has the potential... Okay, so I'll keep it One Piece... What did I say? What did I even say? One Piece, Clair Obscur... We need scattered thoughts for Clair Expedition? Go back to the last VODs for the last week. I've talked about it for probably hours in total. No, I'll put something out on Clair Obscur. At least on Twitter, maybe a scattered thoughts video. Yeah, I'd like to. I also need to do my room tour, which I said I'd do. One Piece, Clair Obscur. Beyond the Horizon, sure. Persona 3 Reload, sure. FF7 Retrilogy, it's already a 10. To me, FF7 Retrilogy is so unbelievable that it's already a 10 to me. Vinland Saga is a good one. Green Fool. I would love that. Have I heard of Chojin X? Yes. Akane Banashi. I don't think Akane Banashi will end up a 10. I love it so much, but at the moment it's on course for a really, really solid 9. I think Omori has some cool things like... I wanted to read what Mel said. I don't feel like the experience of play and the breadth of the narrative intertwine cohesively, and for me, a work that's highly artistic in nature needs that smooth internal cohesion. Interesting. It's very smooth for me, but it's too bad it didn't hit that for you. Thanks for explaining. I think Omori has some cool things like how the game is framed as an RPG because Sunny's a gamer, the whole idea of Omori being this game master, blank space, as a psychological space that you explore and discover the truth, really leveraging its Yume Nikki inspirations. And then there's some particular rooms that are insanely ludonarrative in the conclusion as well. Yeah, Omori's not an Undertale, but it's got some sauce to it, I think. What do I think is missing from Akane? Again, it's the same answer to that sort of thing. I can't answer you why something isn't a 10. Except that it hasn't given me a reason to give it a 10, you know? It's very different from saying that something's a 7, why isn't it a 9? Or something's an 8, why isn't it a 10, you know? I often don't know. But games or stories that are 10s force me to give them 10s. Through what they do, and through what they make me feel, and what they unlock in my mind. And Akane Banashi has not given me that. So, I can't answer what it's lacking, because I don't know. I don't think it's lacking anything, to be honest. It's amazing. Sometimes stories are just 9s, and that doesn't mean that they're lacking something. It just means that they don't hit the absolute highest highs of fiction, you know? Yes, that's exactly it, Weaver, and that's usually the case. When it comes to most of my 9s, that's usually the case. It's not always the case, but it's usually the case. Persona 5 Royal is a 9. Persona 5 Royal is indeed a strong 9. But is third semester individually a 10? Yes, third semester is absolutely a 10. Yeah, exactly, Xnob. I humbly suggest you take both the experience of Chojin X and Kagurabachi at the same time. Thank you for the suggestion, but I'm not interested in Chojin X. Yeah, you know it when you see it. I can't explain to you. It feels wrong for me to explain to you why something isn't a 10 a lot of the time. Yeah, and it wouldn't work anyway. I'm swamped with stuff to read. I'm swamped with stuff to read and experience. Number 37. Oh, this is an interesting one. This is an interesting one. This is a bit of a drop, but I don't know. I don't feel any less for it. It just is how the list shook out. Oh shit. I did it twice. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, number 37. Yakuza 5-6? No, the Yakuza as a full series is one entry. I think I rewatched it in the year since. It's a masterpiece, man. It's a masterpiece. I've talked about it for years. I will continue to talk about it for years. It's one of the single most inspirational pieces of media ever. Simon is one of the most inspirational characters. Simon and Kamina, the way it deals with moving on and grief and embodying those who inspire you and grieving healthily and missing their presence, but also carrying them with you. All that, Rossyu, incredible character, Viral, unbelievable arc, amazing dynamics everywhere. I adore this story. It's not a fall off. It's a drop. But I can't really say I love it any less. It's just kind of how the list shook out. It just dropped a bit. Anti-Spiral is a fantastic thematic antithesis. Top 5 characters that you haven't met yet but are excited to meet in the future that you know of. Arthur Morgan. It's also just pure cool. It's also pure cool. And just one of the most emotional series ever. Again, that moment, When Did You Get Taller Than Me, is in the pantheon of all-time great fictional moments. It will never leave my mind. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Simon and Kamina are iconic and legendary and beyond anything. The music, the overall presentation, Simon inspiring Rossyu in the way that Kamina inspired Simon, embodying all that Kamina was, but also just being Simon the digger. Hold on. Fuck it. It's a bit higher than this. Is it higher than this? I don't know. It might be. Is it one higher? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It might be high. It might be higher. Sorry. I didn't answer Trish's. I didn't complete Trish's. I might keep it there, but I'm very tempted to put it higher. Top 5 characters you haven't met but are excited to meet in the future. Yes. So Arthur Morgan. I don't know a lot about him at all, but I know he's a thing. Joseph. No. Johnny from JoJo's Part 7? Johnny? No, Gyro. Gyro? I don't know. I think there's a Gyro. One of the J characters in JoJo's Part 7. Oh, they're both there. Okay, so there you go. Arthur Morgan, Johnny, Gyro, Kaneki, Tokyo Ghoul, the antagonist from Metaphor. The antagonist from Metaphor ReFantasio. Vegeta. That's 6, right? The Investigations 2 character? True. True. Fred Von Vliet? Oh, true. Yes. The Nearcast? Oh, Nora, the Nearcast is one of the best ever. Let me just make sure. You made me want to check my list. Character Cass. Is Near here? Yes, it is. Good. Oh my god, am I on the front page or something of backlog? What are these people doing? Why is everyone commenting on my list? They're all being nice, though. That's good. I can't wait to see them, Mel. It is a good list. Thank you. I can't wait to read more Kagurabachi. So yes, that is the answer to Trish's. Top 5 stories or story arcs that deal with grief. Oh my gosh. Okay. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Gurren Lagann. Grief. Berserk. Silent Hill 2 is a great one. Bleach is a great one too. Umineko is another great... Umineko is hugely focused on grief. Grief is arguably one of the core facets of Umineko. Infinite Wealth, oh my god. Amori. Yeah, all of those. One Piece focuses a lot on grief in a fantastic way. Of course, D, of course. Always. Persona 5 Royal, 3rd semester, yep. How do I get interested in a new series, though? It's not hard. Word of mouth, seeing, like, the aesthetics, people talking about it, all sorts of things. I'm interested in so many... Trust me, I am not lacking in series that I'm interested in. So it's very easy for me to get interested in something. Oh, me too. The minigame section, indie, the dinner party, I was crying the whole time. Have you ever cried to, like, the most happy music in the world? Catelyn Stark, Song of Ice and Fire. Is there any one media in your top 40 that doesn't discuss grief? Yeah, I'm sure there is. Maybe not. Because I was thinking about it, Succession also is big about grief. No, there is. Because the thing is, I was going to say like Haikyuu, but no, Haikyuu discusses grief for sure. Grief is core to one of the most important characters in Haikyuu. But I think Run with the Wind and Animal Crossing and Paper Mario? Pokemon, yep. Pokemon Platinum. So let me see what D said. Ikoku Nikki manga and No Home by Wanon. Manhwa. Interesting. I haven't heard of either of those. Ikoku Nikki. Cool. Thank you, D. I'll screenshot this. I'll screenshot this just for future reference. A story without grief focus? Yeah. Ikoku Nikki, is it good? If it's got the tarnished and D cosign, it must be. Yeah, Run with the Wind is about loss, but I think it's a bit different than grief, yeah. I know, no, me too, Kane, for sure. I love how Paper Mario and Animal Crossing is just the happy boys. Seriously, though Paper Mario is deceptively contemplative and reflective and melancholy, which is something I adore about it. I can't wait. I can't wait, Andres. That's true, Holly. It does cover it. It does cover it. Number 36. Oh, Bet. So this one makes a bit more sense than Sekiro versus One Piece. I don't think I've seen that D+ Marvel series, Hamdosh. Who do we think... Who? I love how I'm saying that these stories are people. Who do we think is the other one? Persona 3 FES is one of them. 13 Sentinels? You guys think 13 Sentinels? Monster? FF10? I think the line is interesting. It depends on the context. I could agree or disagree with it depending on the context of the line. Xenoblade? I'll tell you. Final Fantasy X. Some of you guys got it. Indy got it. Elijah, S-Fighters, Ray, yep. Final Fantasy X. Last year, Persona 3 was number 38, so it's got a bit of a rise, and FF10 was... FF10 was 47. I rewatched FF10 with my mom. I showed my mom FF10, and my god, what a masterpiece that game is. It's got everything. Great cast, not like one of the best casts ever, but still a great cast, like a deceptively really good cast. Great relationships all over the place. One of the most unbelievable thematic settings in a video game. Great vibes and atmosphere. One of the most beautiful endings to a story I've ever seen. One of the most emotional endings to a story I've ever seen. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. Seeing all this stuff makes me be like, is FF10 in my favorite atmosphere list? Is it? It should be. It should be. Presentation. Yeah, it is good. It is. So that's the question. Persona 3 FES or FF10? I talked a little bit about FF10. Persona 3 FES is... It's close between it and Royal, but it is my favorite Persona game. Does it have flaws? Yes. I can't wait to see... what made me rethink about Persona 3? Nothing really. I don't think I rethought about it or think about it any differently. I think it's just grown in my mind a little bit. It has by far one of my favorite video game casts, and the best Persona cast for sure, without a doubt in my mind. Every character is so nuanced and human and unbelievable. Sorry, Hannah. Sorry. I can't wait to to revisit it with Reload. I can't wait to see what they do with it. The really human and raw and unapologetically real party interactions and fights, and the way this game deals with grief is so unbelievable. And it just, I don't know, it's just a masterpiece, so it grows more and more in my mind. I haven't thought about it any differently lately. It's just so great. It's just so unbelievable. So Final Fantasy X or Persona 3 FES. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for that. It's such a great atmosphere, too. Oh my gosh. Hello, Dave. Welcome in. Thank you for linking. If Persona 4 gets a remake, do you think you'll play it? And do you think a remake could make it rise in the ranking? Well, Persona 4 is... I like Persona 4, but it's not even close to this list. So it would have to change a lot of things wholesale for me to consider it. But I would play it, yeah. I would play it. Two media about grief? True. Yes, absolutely. Both of these are unbelievable creative achievements. They are incredible. Both incredibly emotional. Both rough around the edges in places, but in a way that I really don't care about in the grand scheme of things. Damn. This is pretty lopsided. Grime in games. I do love grime in games. I also like the polish a lot. I guess it depends. I'll go with FF10. I believe in the mom tax. Interesting. If you played Royal as your first playthrough for 5 and not Royal, and thus not to have to replay a bunch, do you think it could have a chance of being your favorite Persona? I mean, it has a chance of being my favorite Persona now. It's pretty close. It's definitely 3, but it's pretty close. I don't think that would have changed how I feel about it. I don't think my experience was hampered at all by having to replay. Okay, so how's the spread? 68% say Persona 3, 32% say FF10. Interesting. Pretty heavily favored for Persona 3. The answer is... between these two masterpieces, Final Fantasy X is 36, Persona 3 FES is 35. Persona 3 FES up 3, FF10 up 11, which is huge in this economy. I'm so looking forward to the Persona 3 Reload whenever we get to it. Of course, we're going to do Metaphor first, probably Red Dead Redemption 2 first, probably Ace Attorney, some Ace Attorney, Devil May Cry. Like, we're not going to get to it anytime super soon, but we'll get to it eventually. Commiserations to anyone who lost, but there will be another very soon. Yeah, I don't know anything about Persona 3 Reload, honestly. I don't know if it changes things about the plot that much, but I'm really hoping it improves upon the small limitations I have with the story, which honestly, like I said, are hardly problems, but they are little problems. So, like, if Persona 3 Reload improves upon Ryoji as a character for me, that could be huge. If it makes me connect more with Fuka, that could be really big too. And I think Susie Young voicing her means it's a dead certainty. But at the same time, I think that there will undoubtedly be some things lost in the remake. So we'll just see. We'll see. Top 5... Sorry, I missed a couple of top 5s. Top 5 fictional characters that you're most excited to see a payoff or conclusion for. A certain character in Clair Obscur. Actually 2. Usopp, Blackbeard, Emu, Luffy. Yeah, it's hard for me to think of the movies as... I really like what the movies did with Ryoji. I would still like more, but it's also hard for me to consider that part of the game experience. So I would just like for Reload to do similar to what the movies do. Kurapika Crollo as well. Anime Melon, yeah. Hello, Strange. Hello, hello. Reload Fuka is now amazing. I can't wait to hear Susie Young's take. Guts, not for me. Not for me personally. With Miura not writing, I feel different about it. Okay. So we have 2 more left in this tier. This next one is a series that makes sense, Hannah. That makes sense, yeah. This next series is one that I feel like I hardly have to talk about at all. Kind of what Tyke was talking about earlier. There are some stories that people kind of associate with me or like know that I've talked about for years, so that I don't really have to add too much. Monster, Urasawa's masterpiece, sublime character piece, incredible cast, one of the best casts I've seen in any manga. Incredible protag, deuterag, and antag, the triple whammy, great side characters, really dense, deep, rich theming, very archetypal yet contemporary in a lot of ways. Just incredible story. Incredible story. I've read and watched Monster. I've read and watched both of it. I've done both with it. Monster has an unbelievable cast. An amazing plot, too. Great plotting. Me too, Indy. Atmosphere in Monster, oh my god. Ruinheim? The atmosphere in Ruinheim is so dense, so thick. You could cut it with a knife, man. Do I prefer the manga or anime? Anime. I think I really, really love the music and flow. I love Urasawa's art so much, but there's something about the way that the anime is directed that really enhances it for me. It is a great English dub, yep. My original experience with Monster was in English. Even the one-off side characters are so incredible. Monster's so good. So yeah, not a lot to say about this one. It's been here for years. It'll continue to be. It's a strong favorite that I love so much and is super up my alley. And the more people that get into it, the better. I've seen Pluto, yeah. Is everything in tier 3 of 10? Almost everything. Champions League final prediction, PSG enter. PSG enter, I think. I get that, Sam. That would have been cool if it was hand-drawn. Who's my favorite character from Pluto, and would they make it to the top 5 of Monster? To be completely honest, Trish, I have forgotten so much about Pluto. I think it's a very solid anime, from what I saw, but outside of the first anime, outside of the first episode, it really didn't stick with me. So I can't honestly say that I have a favorite from Pluto, and they definitely wouldn't be in my top 5. But I did really enjoy it. I watched it. I enjoyed it. I'm like, that was cool. The first episode I really loved. But then I just kind of moved on and didn't think about it much. Number 33. Boom. Exact same spot for this unbelievable game. The best Metal Gear Solid game so far. I figured that would be the case. Pluto strikes me as a story that I would prefer in manga format. Do I watch hockey? I don't, unless the Leafs are in the playoffs, then I put it on the side while I play a video game or something. So I've been checking out the playoffs, Tyke. No, I can't, Mango Jam. Sorry, and Tenma Grimmer as a dynamic? Tenma Grimmer? Strong double S? So Metal Gear Solid 3, I think this is the emotion. Metal Gear Solid 3 has the emotion that I've been waiting for in Metal Gear Solid games since the beginning. Consistently. It has such an unplaceable bond between the boss and Naked Snake. This thing that defies description. This thing that is so just impossible to define. And their relationship and what it means, and the complexity of the boss and how she views the world and her legacy and what it all means and how it's misrepresentative and how that then transmits to Big Boss and the relationship with Eva, who is such a great character. Ocelot's role, the visuals, the gameplay, one of the best games to play. The boss fights are so good in this. The gameplay story integration, the sorrow, you know? It is a great... This game takes the Kojima cinematic style, and it, rather than being mind-blowing, I guess, through the intelligence and the twists and the thematics of Metal Gear Solid 2, it takes it and makes it a character piece that is very, very sentimental and emotional and tragic, and it really succeeded in every possible way. Yeah, it's an absolutely incredible character study. Am I planning on playing the remake? Yes, I do. I plan to check it out on stream. This game lets you throw a poison mushroom at Hungry Guards and sabotage their whole operation? Oh my god. I didn't even know that, but yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I'm ranking Yakuza as a series. I don't think so, Andres. I think it says something about the quality. Because I do think 3 is just overall a slightly better made game. Me too, Nora. Me too. Though I will say that 3 being more emotional does help it. Do you guys remember in the Metal Gear Solid 3 streams where I went through this whole gigantic facility that I was supposed to stealth through and just blew everyone up? I took a bazooka and I blew everyone up, and people kept coming in the room, and I just kept blowing them up, and it upset people it upset like YouTube commenters because I wasn't doing it properly. That was great. That was so good. There's no karma in this game, right? Oh my god. And then there was karma. Oh. Oh, he's such a freak, Trish. Something I really hope is that I appreciate Naked Snake more as a character with the further entries of Metal Gear Solid. And Ocelot. Metal Gear Solid 3, we love to see it. Welcome in. Okay. Okay. We'll do a bet. We'll do a bet. We'll do a bet. We'll do a bet. This isn't one that strikes me as one that, like, oh, I gotta do a bet for this, but I think we could do one. We are now in Tier 2, into the top 32. Ooh. 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 Oh, there's so many cool potential bets. Actually, we won't do a bet yet. We'll do a bet between 27-28 and 25-26. But number 32 is a series that is weird. This is a weird series. It's a strange series. It's a series that gives me incredible, incredible peaks that have been in some ways life-altering or life-defining or something along those lines, and at the same time has disappointed me too. Arcane. But by and large, the overriding feelings about Arcane here are very positive. Very, very positive. I mean, it was number 35, now it's up to number 32. It's risen after Season 2. So what Season 1, I think, is kind of pretty much perfect. It's pretty much perfect. It's dense, it's rich, you can get so many, you can talk for hours about little character interactions and expressions and symbolism and dynamics, and I literally have done that. I've literally done that in my reaction series to Arcane. Season 2 is very off the rails. Season 2 reaches, I think, higher and falls and definitely falls and fails in certain aspects. There are some things about Season 2 that were very disappointing. I think some of the characters really should have gotten more. Savika, I think Caitlyn is done a bit dirty and should have had much more full of a character arc. Savika kills me, man. I think Mel could have been done a bit better too. But it also has given me some stuff that I didn't realize I wanted. I'm so happy with how Victor and Jace's dynamic went. I love Jace and where he went. The hero element of Jace. What it does for Echo is unbelievable. Jinx is elevated so much. Interesting things it does with Vander that elevate him. Ambessa is an incredible character. Incredible character. So good. And all in all, Season 2, while I do have big problems with some of it, which we talked about at length before, it has given me my favorite episode of Arcane that I was crying the entire way through. Episode 7 of Season 2. One of my favorite episodes of anything ever. I am Jace's #1 fan, for sure. So, all in all, while I kind of was hoping that Arcane would rise by 10 or 15 with Season 2. It's a bit too flawed for that, but I still think it's a very, very strong season that, despite its flaws, helped my love for the series elevate, and I love it more after Season 2 than before it. Look at this. Look at this. One Piece lowest ranked in the big 3? Never watching your clown ass again. Listen, my friend. If you're not 14, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. Your insecurity is showing, my friend. Your insecurity is showing so hard. Ooh. First message, true. It's great. Oh, man, that's so funny. Who do I believe? I don't know. Why are they following? I think they followed because I think the chat has a you need to follow to chat thing. Yeah. Omar's alt? Probably. If there is a Season 3, meaning the story hasn't ended yet, would that elevate or lower it, considering your stance on unfinished stories? I don't know, because that's a hypothetical that doesn't exist, right? What would I rate Season 2 out of 10? 9. 9 out of 10. Number 31 is another one that got a big elevation. Ping Pong the Animation. Oh, I feel that, Andres. Ping Pong the Animation. The rewatch did wonders. This is a work of absolute art. Absolute art. It didn't change, really. It didn't change a lot of things, but it did make me go, like... in the years since I had last watched it, it kind of faded a bit in my mind, but it was a great reminder of just how amazing it is in every way. This is a marvel of a series. It is a work of absolute art. It is incredible. And there is so much stuffed into the littlest moments. There is so much candor and care and love put into these characters. The tiny moments of that mean so much mechanically and symbolically, but that just evoke feelings. Manga just looking up at a plane. Dragon just on his own in a bathroom stall. Peiko just overlooking a bridge in the dead of night, drunk on New Year's or Christmas, whatever it was. Smile on his own with this birthday cake with candles, just in the darkness as he blows out the candles and he's just shrouded in darkness. It is incredible. Me too, Andres. It's so yes, Obaba, and how Peiko, how she always says to Peiko, who is someone who is, honestly, it's he wouldn't know it by some of the ways in which he acts, but Peiko is starved of love in a lot of ways. Peiko needs positive reinforcement and warmth and love. And what does Obaba say all the time to him? I love you. All the time. And it's not a coincidence that her taking him under her wing and treating him with love and care coincides with him literally following his dream and reaching the summit. And then likewise, Joe and Smile, and then Dragon's grandfather, and how the match against Joe led him to, in a very Washi Joe-esque way, sort of embody his philosophy through how he formed his company. And you can see his life reflected in all the people who are part of, I forget what it's called. I forgot what the company's called. But all the students there are reflective of his life. I remember reflecting on the thematics not hitting too hard on rewatch, even if it's so thematically rich and has potent character writing, but you watch it and you can't help but feel. It's the Christmas sequence. Welcome Into Me. Yeah, Hannah compared it to Disco Elysium, and I really love that. I hadn't thought about it that way. But, yeah, I totally get it with the overall direction and approach. Oh, man, it's so good. And it's up 5. I haven't read it, but do you think you would ever read the Ping Pong manga, or is the anime too transcendent? It's right here. It's right here. I've read the first volume, and I haven't bought more, but if I ever get it, I will definitely read it. Thank you, BioLizard, for the 13-month resub with Prime. Thank you very much. I can't tune in as regularly with my new job, but it's always a pleasure to check in and see your wonderful appreciation of art and stories. Looking forward to your Part 7 streams. Me too! Me too! I can't wait for them. Thank you so much for the 13 months. And no worries, I hope everything's going well, BioLizard. Yes, it's a by the seaside sort of atmosphere. It really is. It really is. I have so many screenshots of Ping Pong that are very seaside, you know? Matsumoto's ability when it comes to writing all these intricate and intensely emotional characters and dynamics is so unreal to me. Peiko and Smile is easily an all-time dynamic with how their feelings are resolved and how we find out more and more about what Peiko means to Smile. Those two destroy me, and it's one of these series that impacted me the most in my real day-to-day life. It is so worthy of that, and I'm not even the littlest bit surprised. It is so real, and it is so heartfelt, and it is so bursting with expression. It's so good. And Peiko Smile is one of my favorite dynamics too. Just the moment, remember when Kong in episode 1, through hearing, Kong is just listening to Smile and Peiko play. And he goes, that guy is holding back. He's not trying his hardest against his opponent. Why is that? That right there is so much for all three characters. You know? You learn so much about Kong, you learn so much about Smile, you learn so much about Peiko. All three of them just with 10 seconds tops. Oh, it's so good. That is efficiency, man. Ping pong is efficiency and heart. If I was a storyteller, if I wrote stories for a living, or wanted to, ping pong would be one of the first examples of how to be evocative and how to get across some information in a natural, organic way that doesn't even feel like you're being given information, you know? I'm glad, Claire. If you ever get to it, I hope you really enjoy. Have I ever wanted to write? I've never wanted to write stories. I've tried it, and then ultimately went like, it's not really for me. I am a story appreciator, and my writing is about other stories that I love. It isn't about my own creations. I think I could do a good job if I really tried. I think I could write a decent story. I don't think it would be great. I think I could do a decent job maybe, but it's not something that I think I ever want to do. I love Greg. You make dreams, Greg. I love seeing writers and artists and creators pouring their heart out on the page or on screen, and being receptive to that, because it's a very intimate experience to me that I try to do as much as I can to respect and just help people, and stories just in general. I love to be a conduit, to try to be a conduit for people to enjoy stories more. Because stories can be life-saving. They have been for me. And if I can help other people to appreciate stories more, then that is beyond my wildest dreams. Thank you, Toomey. I appreciate it. People have told me that they think I'd be a good storyteller, and that's very sweet. It's just nothing I've ever really desired. Maybe, Andres. Maybe. It's not impossible. Maybe one day, maybe in 5 years, 10 years, who knows? Maybe I'll want to write a story. Maybe I'll want to. But right now, I'm very satisfied doing what I do. Sam. I'm so glad, Toomey. I'm so glad. I can't wait, Jonah. Ping Pong the Manga transformed me as a manga artist with how to draw the characters talking and expressing through their hands. That's amazing, D. That's so cool. That's something I'll look for. I'll see if I can see it when I read your work. Would your own story be in your top 100? No. There's no chance. No chance. Have you ever tried interviewing authors and creators? No, I haven't. People often ask me, like, what I would ask authors if I could, and sometimes it's easy for me to answer, but I actually find it really interesting to try to infer things about writers and their ideas through experiencing their work indirectly. Thank you for saying so, D. I'm so glad to help in whatever way I can. That's very sweet. Have I watched Slam Dunk? I've read the first bunch of chapters. That's about it, though. Yeah, that might be me as well, to an extent, Mel. That might be me as well. Yeah. Probably to a lesser extent than you, but I do feel that time to time. No, not necessarily, BioLizard, just that... I mean, I'm talking as if there's a choice between interviewing a writer or not. If given the chance, I would. But it's not like I dream of interviewing Togashi, you know? Because I find it more than satisfying enough to just learn about him through Hunter x Hunter. Am I friends with King Recon? Yeah, we do podcasts together very often. I low-key don't want to know more. With some, I don't want to know more. Yeah, I'm with you. Number 30. The Big 3-0. Why did I got so excited? I did like a whew. The Witcher video game series. This is primarily focused on The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 carries the bulk of this and the DLCs, but nonetheless, it can work for the whole series. But specifically, Witcher 3 is one of the most important games I've ever played. It is part of the reason... It isn't the first reason, but it's a great part of my evolution into being interested and fixated with immersion in games. Witcher 3 is one of the most immersive games you're ever going to play. It is a masterclass in setting design and like building an authentic world to lose yourself in. Setting design, atmosphere, all the stuff about being in a living, breathing world is unsurpassed in Witcher 3. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Now, I think the characters are great. The Bloody Baron is one of my favorite video game characters ever. Geralt's one of my favorite protagonists. The cast is great. Ciri, Yen, Triss, Olgierd, Gontro Dim is one of my favorite characters. Regis, Anna Henrietta, Siana. Like, there's great characters everywhere. But what I take away from The Witcher is the world and the immersion and getting lost in it. When I play The Witcher 3, I just forget that I am a living human being named AJ. And I'm just playing. And I lose myself in it for 5 hours. And to be able to immerse yourself in that way with the world is one of the biggest compliments and one of the biggest reasons I play video games. Like, that is... For a story to do that, for a game to do that, is a rare feat that, to that extent, it's very rare. And it's something I value so highly. And that is what The Witcher is about to me. Just doing a hunt in the middle of the night, at midnight, with a storm and rain falling down on the trees and nothing but the ambient music and the wind's howling, and the trees. And then you do the hunt and you take the trophy back. You go back to Novigrad, and then you go into this inn where the person who hired you is sitting, drinking a glass of mead or whatever. And just there's a coziness to playing that role and getting lost in that, you know? Anyway, sorry, I didn't look at chat for like 3 minutes straight there. Just riding around in the world and feeling the muck and mud build on you as you ride past villages and NPCs just hits so different. Yes, you get it. It's incredible, man. Witcher 1 is shit in my opinion, but I really dig the lore very much so. Well, Witcher 1 is a very rough game to play. It's honestly, I remember Hannah tried playing it. It like hardly plays, man. It is unbelievably bad to play. But the actual plot and story is really, really just like I've been saying deceptively a lot today. It's really good. And yeah, Indy's glad that it's still this high up. I think it will forever be. It's so good. Do I know they have the whole Phantom Liberty team on Witcher 4? Really? I didn't know that. But what about... Wait, why aren't they working on Cyberpunk? There's gonna be a Cyberpunk sequel. Okay, well, I'll trust it. I'll trust the process. The more time passes, the more I feel Witcher 3 is gonna hit for me. I hope it does. Ray, please let me know whenever you play Witcher 3. Proud Polish noises, as you should. Absolutely chill, yeah. Yeah, get immersed. Run away from Vesemir while he monologues to you and you can't even see him anymore. The sun is setting. Who cares? You're in a cave. Did I tell you guys about what Hannah did when she replayed the first couple hours of Witcher 3? Or did I only do that on her stream? Have I said this story? It's so funny. I won't repeat it if I've told you that. I very vividly remember the story. Was that on her stream, though? I don't remember. Top 5 games that made you forget your AJ and immerse you. Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Trails Through Daybreak, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Hannah, I really think it's a great... I really think The Witcher 3 is a great game to, like, co-op play with us. And, like, once you get past the introduction, to see your decisions with certain quests and how it affects things, like, I'm really interested to see how you would choose, which paths you would choose. Because I think it would lead to such fun discussions. I really genuinely think you'd have a lot of fun with it, and we could have a lot of fun discussing it. Daybreak is a great atmosphere and game to lose yourself in. BioShock, yeah. Hearts of Stone or Blood and Wine? I have a list for this. The answer is Blood and Wine, but I have a list of my top 5 DLCs or expansions. Blood and Wine is my second favorite of all time. Hearts of Stone is third. Hello, Downpour. Xenoblade 2, yeah, I don't know, I didn't mention Xenoblade. I always mention Xenoblade, but Xenoblade as well. Oh, that's interesting, Tarnished. Outer Wilds is really out there in terms of that. Actually, I forgot to do something, which was this. Creative achievements. I meant to put Outer Wilds here. Just sneaking something in here. Don't mind me. AJ, your video games opening is on the popular list section and people are requesting Devil May Cry 3, which is correct even if I've not played it. Are they requesting that? Shit. What is this list? It's basically explained here. I'll link you guys to it. I explain what it means. Actually, I'll read it out loud in a second. But I realized I was on the front page. No Devil May Cry opening fight. I haven't played it! Chill on me, Bodanchik. That's no excuse. It'll be there anyway. Is Devil May Cry really built like that? Devil May Cry 3? The opening of it? Damn. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. It truly is built that way? Damn. Kyloff, is Outer Wilds one of your favorite games? That would be amazing, Mel. I don't know how you feel about Outer Wilds in general. Well, we are going to play Devil May Cry 3 probably this year, so we'll get to it. Velin or Toussaint? So as a place to explore, Toussaint. But in terms of narrative and storytelling, Velen. So, to answer the question, the creative achievements thing. Games are visual novels with stories that are executed in a way that I can only describe as a creative achievement and a benchmark in narrative execution. These aren't necessarily the best stories I've ever experienced, and there are some higher on my personal favorites that are not on here, but these execute and express their ideas in ways that have me marveling at the design. For example, Yakuza 0 is one of my favorite stories ever, and I have higher than a lot of these games. But the presentation and execution of it is fairly standard, comparatively. I think it's better than Yakuza Like a Dragon, but the way the latter game tackles its themes is a unique creative masterclass, so it's on here while Zero's not, just as a comparison of what I mean by this. So, when you ask about what is unique about 14, the circumstances behind it, kind of what Hannah's talking about, the circumstances behind it and how that feeds narratively into the story. But in terms of dialectically, what the story is itself, it is the unique way it plays around with the idea of a hero, with the idea and struggles of a hero, and how that's fixated around the Warrior of Light and their legacy, and how stories inspire. It's introduced in Shadowbringers and more fleshed out in Endwalker. Why does it say I played 29 of 30? Because Claire Obscure. Because Claire Obscure. I haven't finished it yet. And sometimes I put the wrong version, and that annoys me so much. Do you think if One Piece was completed, where would it land? On this list? I have no idea. Again, it's a hypothetical I don't have any access to. I'd only be able to answer you when it's done and I see how it's executed. This is not ranked, no. None of these lists are ranked unless it says that they're ranked. So, for example, this. My favorite visual novels, video games of all time, this is ranked. It's... so it'll show. It could be anything, Andres. It could be anything. Like I said, with Yakuza Like a Dragon, that has less to do with how the story's written. Well, it does have to do with how the story's written, but it's also how it integrates gameplay with narrative. There's no rules for this sort of thing. It all depends. You're welcome, Nitro. You're welcome. I saved my favorite cover, so it often says I haven't played anything in my list. I think the Yakuza 0 one you have is less people have played it because it's not the version it's a different version. Cool, Andres, I'm glad. Number 29, speaking of creative masterworks. Speaking of stories about stories, speaking of games that I will never shut my mouth about, and that I just love more and more and more over time, that are just lightning in a bottle. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Into the top 29, into the top 30. Up 5. This is... You know, when I first played this game 4 years ago maybe, I played it and I loved it so much. But the thing is, it's a very unique game, and part of its draw is the novelty. By the way, Hachibanan, I'll answer your redeem in a second. Part of the draw is the novelty of this game. I think that's undeniable. There is nothing like this. There is nothing even approaching what this game is. You will not find anything even remotely like this on the market. It's incredible. And so I finished it, and I loved it. But I'm just like, I think there's a chance that maybe this is recency biasy. And this will drop in the next couple of years because I get more used to the novelty of what it is. But the exact opposite has happened. Every year, I love it more. And I find more to appreciate with the characters and the narrative structure and the theming. Only in the last couple of years did I really start thinking about the theming of this game, and it is incredible. The music, speaking of the music, it's just it's so special. It's so special to me. It's everyone by the nature of this game, by the nature of how this game is structured, everyone will have their own personal, unique relationship with it, and their own takes on the characters, and their own way to play it, and their own flow through it, and it's made me theorize like almost nothing else. This game made me theorize like I theorized about Umineko. It's incredible, or stuff like Naruto or Bleach. This game made me theorize to that level, and it's so beautifully structured. It's so unique. It's such a creative masterwork, but at the same time, it's just an unbelievable story. It's just great. It's just an amazing story. Simply, there are rough edges because some aspects of the game are incomplete, and they had to kind of rush it out before it was done. So there are some plot lines that get dropped a little bit, which is a bit of a shame, but all in all, it that really doesn't at all affect my love for it. No, you're absolutely right, Weaver. And like I said, I've only started thinking about that recently. If Izumi stuff in this game makes me emotional, of course. I think he's the best character. I think he's the best character. Can you sell us on 13 Sentinels without spoiling? Or is it part of the What? Was I not just selling? I was just gushing my heart out. Was that not enough? I was just pouring my heart out just now. What do you mean? There's also a video. There is a video that I made about it. Sell more. Listen, my job here is not to sell you. It's to express how I feel about them. If that works as a sell, then beautiful. Then that's beautiful. Because I love people seeing me gush about these stories and then playing it and then telling me that they love it. But that was the equivalent of my sell. I have obsessed over this game. I have brain rotted over this game. I will never forget my experience with this game, and it's not just experiential. I go back and revisit it and think about it, and it's everything to me. The way I talk about it, it feels like this is too low. And it might be. It might be. Maybe next year, it'll be higher. So no, you can really gush about this game without spoiling. But it is one of those games where I'd really say, try not to, if you can, do not know anything about this game. It's like Muv Love. Interesting, Ray. Interesting. I think I might have heard that a little bit. I know. Me too, Nero. I've gone through that myself. It's a shame that some of the stuff had to get cut. It really is. Yeah, I just mentioned that before. Everyone has their own experience with this game, to a degree, even different from most. Like, obviously, I could say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. My experience with it was different than yours because we're different people, right? Or like Final Fantasy IX or something like that. But this game takes that to another level. It takes it to another level. Also, yes, Indy's talking about the voice performances. Indy's talking about the voice performances. In both English and Japanese, it is incredible. I actually kind of prefer the English a little bit. But both are incredible. So yeah, Dan, I guess that was what you were looking for. Hopefully you enjoyed. If not, sorry. But that's about as much. That's about the best way I can put it. Oh shit, sorry, my thing's broken. Give me a second. My iTunes is broken. Okay, it'll be back in a second. Yeah, guys, the story behind how they recorded the dub for this game is incredible. It was during COVID. People had to record in their houses. They had to make makeshift recording booths at home. It's incredible. It straight up is, Ray. It's also just so cool. It's so cool. I think you saying that this game is about... Excuse me. I think you saying that this game is about stories is a great sell. It's so true, and it was my biggest takeaway from 13 Sentinels while playing. It's funny, Rachel, because... yeah, it is so about stories, but when I first finished it, I didn't even realize that. Like, I didn't even have any thoughts about what it was about. I was just like, that was amazing. And it's only in years after where I'm just like, this is a story about stories. This really is. And it's so cool. It's so cool how dense and rich it is in that way. Oh god, it's so good. It's so good, man. Do we want to do a bet? This is gonna be a long stream if we don't if we don't start getting it going. Not that I want to rush. Not that I want to rush, of course. But let's do a bet. We're gonna do a couple of bets in a row. Oh, me too. Unicorn Overlord, Ray? Okay. So, this is between Succession or Black Sails. How did you know that, Roshan? So these, for anyone who doesn't know, these are my second and third favorite television shows. My second and third favorite television shows. Succession is this elegant, beautiful, real character piece of just incredibly layered, and it's an incredibly layered, at times hilarious. It's a comedy. It's sort of a tragicomedy about the sort of bizarreness of life and grief and trauma that so intimately explores like corporations and politics, but mostly the family drama associated with and damage that can be inherited through a broken upbringing, and how that leads to how one views the world and one's relationship with others. Mad Men is my favorite TV show, yes. Black Sails is this unbelievable adventure that is at the same time tinged with this incredible poetry and elegance and beauty that celebrates the profundity of stories and the importance of narratives, with, I think, my favorite character dynamic between any two characters in any TV show. The dynamic between its main two characters is, I think, my favorite in anything. Anything. Are we forgetting about Breaking Bad? No. I said what I said. This is my second and third favorite TV shows. I went on a whole spiel earlier about how Breaking Bad is lower now than Black Sails and Succession. I guess, Kane, you weren't here for that. Is Succession the best modern American commentary media? No worries, Kane. I just didn't remember if you were here for it. The Boys, is Succession the best one at that for you? No. Mad Men is. Mad Men is. Anyways, so this is my second and third favorite. TV shows. I think Succession is a bit more consistent, but Black Sails has my overall favorite season between the two, which is season 3. Succession season 4 and Black Sails season 3 are both in the conversation for my favorite season ever, but if I had to say one comes out on top, it's Black Sails season 3. But Succession is the more consistent experience, I think. I think it's consistently first class. Whereas Black Sails is a bit more uneven. I think season 1 is comparatively weaker. But man, once it gets into it, it is just unbelievable. No, Mad Men specifically shines a light on modern America through examining past America, Andres. In a really interesting way. I have some... I think... Yeah, anyway, I've said all I've said on both of them. I think they're both beautiful 10 out of 10 masterpieces. They're so strong. They're unbelievable. So which is higher, Black Sails or Succession? Not much time, just a little less than a minute. Top 5 stories in terms of politics and political commentary? Damn. Hunter x Hunter? Attack on Titan? Metal Gear Solid 2 is a great show, yep. Metal Gear Solid 2. Is it JoJo's Mel? Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan. Honestly, I think Succession. Song of Ice and Fire, that's a great shout. And this is, you know what? Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII. Original. Please do, Gil. I haven't seen enough gushing about Black Sails from you lately. Wow, Black Sails, 72%. Succession, 28%. Let's see where they were last year. Last year, Black Sails was 30 and Succession was 28. This year? JJK, interesting. Isn't Disco Elysium this? Disco Elysium is incredibly political. I just didn't think of it for some reason, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, Disco Elysium for sure. The answer is... Succession. By the tiniest hair. The tiniest hair. Congratulations to 28%. They're so neck and neck that I could easily see Black Sails being ahead of it next year. Oh no, Hannah. Oh no. Well, we have another bet immediately. So, maybe that'll help. But, this is where it stands now. I lost every bet today. There's more to come. Don't worry. Sorry. So I missed a redeem. Top 5 things you love the most about video games by naming the directors that facilitate them the best. You're cheating a little bit. That's kind of like a top... That's kind of like 2 top 5s. I don't really know how to answer this because there isn't... Oh, okay. I don't know. The answer, in all honesty, Hachibanan, is I don't really know. So, things I value the most about video games, Immersion? Am I gonna have a break today? I'm gonna have a break. I'm gonna have a break probably in a few minutes after this bet. Immersion? I don't know which director facilitates that the best. I straight up don't know. Narrative? Like, narrative writing and dramatic and emotional storytelling? This isn't a director, but Ishikawa. Setting design and environmental design? I don't know which director does that best. Presentation? Not just in terms of visuals, but audio and the way it all syncs together and overlay and UI, etc. And theming? Say, Mel, I love it. So I don't know about the director that facilitates them the most. The best. Kojima might be there. In terms of theming, maybe? I don't know. In terms of presentation, maybe? Or the person that's behind Yakuza, Like a Dragon 7, Gaiden, and Infinite Wealth. See ya, Yuki. Have a good one. Uematsu, yep. Uematsu, JTD, yep. Sam Lake, I can't wait. And then, say one nice thing about Final Fantasy 16. Sid is my favorite Sid, or at least a top 2 Sid in the series. Sid is an amazing character. I love Sid in Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, I do want to call her a director. Is Max a flaw? Yeah, that's why I second-guessed. How many Sids are there? Literally, there's one in every game. That's why I second-guessed. I think Final Fantasy 16 Sid is amazing, is an amazing character, but Final Fantasy 14 might be my favorite. Is Max a flaw, Black Sails? Yes. I think she's a flawed character. I sometimes don't understand what exactly they're doing with her, and I don't think they understand it, which is too bad. But yeah, she does hold... She is one of the characters that are quite flawed. My favorite Pokemon town? I don't know that I have a single favorite Pokemon town, but Ekritika's up there. Signwood, Goldenrod, Jubilife, Hearthome, Pacific-Log, Lava Ridge, Fortree. Castelia? Not for me. I window capture iTunes. Hidden Shonen. Are masterpieces and 10 out of 10s the same thing for you? No, but they often overlap. Like, if something's a 10 out of 10, it's probably a masterpiece. Yes, I've watched Mr. Robot. Weston, you can check out my thoughts on Can't Fear Your Own World that I've shared in the Discord. I've talked about him a decent bit. I like him a lot. I think he's great so far. Every time I read that he has stuff, I usually talk about him. Okay, next bet. Next bet. I don't know Power Flare, which is why I'm actually thinking maybe they're the same thing for me. Maybe they're the same thing. Maybe a 10 is just a masterpiece. I was just thinking about that in the back of my mind. I'm like, is there a 9 out of 10 that I consider a masterpiece? Like, some strong 9 out of 10s I probably consider masterpieces. Probably. Okay, this one's interesting. I was kind of saying that too, Trish, but I don't know if I believe that. Neon Genesis Evangelion or Bleach. An incredibly high new entry that is either 25 or 26. Yeah, let's do it. You guys know my feelings on both of these. I don't need to give you a spiel. I talked about both of them for hours. I'll give you 2 minutes. Bleach or Evangelion? Is next year going to be Eva versus One Piece? I hope so. I hope so. I've only tricked you with the Aizen placement. I'm not tricking you with this one. Naruto dropped that low that it's not even on the list? True. Thank you, Nora, for gifting a sub. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Nobly. Thank you so much. Rank the Expedition 33 party members in a gameplay sense? Straight up, I have not explored... I have not properly explored 2 of the party members. Because I don't take characters out of my party. I haven't experimented with gameplay among party members in the game so far. So, I'd say Mael, probably Mael, Verso, Gustav, Lune, and all of them are great. And then I don't use Ciel or Monoko enough. Hannah killed Naruto. Where's the poll? It's, I don't know. It depends on your platform. If I lose this bet, I swear to God. You have like 10 seconds. It depends on if you're on mobile or desktop. Sometimes it's finicky. Someone got 250k on Ichigo. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoa! Bleach is 79%. Oh my gosh. Bleach 79%. Neon Genesis Evangelion 21. Sorry, I was saying 26 because I was writing this. 26 and 25. Which one's higher? The answer is... The answer is... by the tiniest of hairs, Bleach. Just about. And I see Bleach... Last year Eva was 24. This year it's 26. Last year Bleach was 90. This year it's 25. Up 65 spots. 65 spots. Incredible rise. It totally deserves it. Bleach to me is this unbelievable creative masterwork that is so unreal and heartfelt, and it captures my imagination and heart and emotions. It just gives me everything I want in a story, and honestly, I'm still exploring it. I'm still watching the anime for 1,000 Year Blood War. I'm reading Can't Fear Your Own World, so there's more Bleach content that I'm experiencing and consuming, so it could go higher. Who's to say? It could go higher as I reflect on it more. Is this my highest rise ever? It's got to be one of them. It was too predictable. I'm like, God, how much is he playing with us? I voted Eva out of numbers. Sorry, sometimes I'm predictable. Would I lump in Can't Fear Your Own World with the main Bleach story after I finish it? Yes, I'm pretty sure I'll just consider it as part of Bleach. Yes, I am ranking Yakuza as a full series. Can you, Changerine? Interesting. Thank you very much, Nora, for the 69 bits. Good night to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Have a good sleep and a good rest. Thank you so much, Nora. Bleach was one of my most favorite reading experiences. And yeah, like Claire said, Bleach and Eva are actually very similar to one another. Oh, sorry, I need to give you your bits. Your reward. Congrats. Time for Naruto? Who says Naruto's on the list? I certainly don't. Oop. Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay. Number 24. So, did I say, please, no, I did say it. I did say, like, when it comes to new series or series that I really have just recently finished, I tend to lowball it a little bit. So, I'm not saying that Bleach is definitely 23 or 24 or something like that, but this is the lowest placement that felt right for it. I tend to err on the side of caution when it comes to recent series I've just finished, especially with Bleach, where it has a lot of room to grow for, like, Can't Fear Your Own World and stuff like that. So the next one, they're pretty interchangeable, but I ultimately went with Longevity, which is Run with the Wind. Good afternoon, Mixed Toast. Run with the Wind, basically the same spot as always. And Bleach could go up. In next year, it could be higher. It really easily could. I did the same thing with not really Trails, but there was something else I did that with. I don't know. Number 24, Run with the Wind. Pure sports slice of life masterpiece. By the way, when am I gonna take a break? I need to take a break soon. I'll take a break when I finish out this tier. It is so heartfelt, so emotional, so unbelievable. I have immense nostalgia with it. It means a lot for me personally. It helped me through some very, very tough spots. Hannah and I, it was our first series we ever watched together. So that's really cool too. I have not seen Ashita no Joe, no. So it's just so incredibly special to me. The best dynamics, the best moments, one of the best final arcs of anything. I've talked about it for 6 years. I need to watch the show so bad. I've given up. Honestly, I've given up on Andres watching this show. I've been trying for so long. Right now, it's Gil. Right now, I believe in Gil doing it. I believe that Gil can do it. This shit would move me? It would! And you don't watch it! Anyway, Andres, just watch it! You'll love it! No, you'll probably like it. Do I like Run with the Wind and Haikyuu for similar reasons? Yeah. I was supposed to watch it with Andres too. Sometimes you gotta go on your own. Just tell him you'll hate it. Andres, you'll despise this. Andres will have Haiji as his bottom character of all time. Andres started a running club to run and watch Run with the Wind, and bro is only running, not watching it at all. Andres, please. Oh, come on, man. You're doing the hard part. Andres is like Prince, and AJ is like not Haiji because he's not toxic. I'm like Kakadu. When he started understanding. Bro did one Run with the Wind, but IRL. Next up. And we're getting into the deeply rooted favorites, ones that I've talked about for years and years and years. So these and their placings should probably come as no surprise. Nier Replicant and Nier Automata. Together as one story, because to me, thematically, lore-wise, character-wise, they really integrate and work really well together, and they're, to me, a duology. It's one of the most emotional, wonderful video game stories of all time that uses the medium to its advantage. Replicant can be a bit sloppy with its design and structure, but overall, the magic of the characters and the emotions and the themes and the resonance it has with you, it just stays with you. It just stays with me. It means so much to me. It means so much to me. And any flaws that are born out of the eccentricity of Yoko Taro's vision, while they do really frustrate me in Nier Replicant, I hardly think of them at all anymore. And I'm just left with one of the best casts ever, one of the best soundtracks ever, a story that keeps you guessing and builds upon itself and recontextualizes and has twists and turns, and with characters that are flesh and blood that you just want the best for. Kaine, Emil, Nier, 9S, 2B, Vice. It's just an unbelievable story. Kaine, you saw a clip of Kaine on TikTok? Oh, she's the best. Best character in Nier. Sorry. It's really it's close, but she's the best. Yeah, Kaine is my favorite. Yep. Thank you, Dave. Did I play Reincarnation? I did not. Is Kane... I don't even know how to pronounce it. Is he peak? If you think so. She was calling the main guy a little bitch or something? Oh yeah, she's the best. She's the greatest. Ray, you haven't played Replicant? Oh my gosh. I think it's really up your alley. As long as you're okay with some flaws, I think it's so up your alley. It's super, super up your alley. Nier Replicant, Nier Automata, one of the greatest video game stories of all time. We have 2 more to round out the tier, then I'll take a little break and we'll finish the top 20. Number 22. Naruto. Peak Mel. Naruto. I've actually had some people express to me like that they thought that Naruto would drop after a year. That it would be kind of recency biasy, or and I'm not saying this negatively, like I think it's an understandable take, because Naruto, what speaks out to me most about Naruto are the moments and the characters and all the emotions associated with it. It's so deeply emotional. So deeply emotional. It gets me emotional like very little else. But sometimes that can lead to a recency bias effect, where like if you don't think as much about the themes or something, or like if it's primarily emotional, maybe after a year you don't feel those emotions as deeply because it's not as recent, and so it might drop. Not the case. I have done nothing this year but think about Naruto and its characters and its thematics and its dynamics and how emotional they make me, and now Hannah started watching Naruto and I'm being reminded of how amazing it is. Every arc is at least very good. It starts off so goddamn good with Momochi? Zabuza, I don't know why I'm calling him. We're not on a first name basis. He doesn't know me like that. I don't know him like that. Haku and Zabuza, just the perfect first arc antagonists. Then it goes into the Chunin exams, and it builds upon so much, and it's so much fun. It builds upon the cast. It adds so many characters that are so incredible. And then, as it slowly gets into the dynamics of Naruto Sasuke, one of my favorite in anything ever. Naruto Pain, Naruto Obito, Itachi Sasuke, Kushina and Minato, and Naruto, and the trauma he has about his parents, and then the amazing stuff with Hinata, Neji. Oh my gosh. Please don't lead to any spoilers. Don't type any spoilers in chat, because Hannah and maybe more are experiencing it for the first time. But nonetheless, the final arc is incredible. Madara is super good. I'm just naming off characters. Kakashi is one of my favorites ever. I love Kakashi so much. It's just so good. It's so incredible. Gaara, oh my god, Shikamaru. Yes, you were right, Trish. You were right. You were absolutely right. The day you're going to do a Naruto reread, whether it be on stream or not, will you be rewatching the key anime episodes? It's not structured like that. Like, there's no plan. I will absolutely rewatch, and I have rewatched anime episodes that I love from the series, but there's never a plan like that. Like, it's not structured. I just, I don't know when I'll reread it. I don't know. I'm surely will. I don't know when I'll do it. And it's very instinctual. I just go like, I kind of want to see Hinata being peak. So I watch that. I kind of want to see Sasuke being peak, so I watch that, you know? So there's no real plan like that, but I absolutely revisit all of it. The final arc is my favorite arc. Sometimes I think Itachi's so good. Itachi is unbelievable. Sometimes I think a lot about how long Naruto is. I think there's almost no low points, at least none that last for any meaningful amount of time, and that's just mind-boggling to me. Me too! Like, what are the flaws in Naruto? Very few. Kaden. Some character arcs that don't get as fleshed out as I would have preferred. That's about it. Kaguya? Nope. Kaguya's great. Yes, there are Naruto read-through VODs on my Patreon. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Naruto's amazing. It's amazing. It's unreal. Don't worry, I'll make AJ watch the filler. I've seen one filler episode, and it was amazing. Do you think any of the big three would be on the list if you were anime only? No idea. Again, it's a hypothetical that I have no access to. I can't... I don't know. My experiences with the manga and then seeing the anime on movie days, so I don't know. It's a hypothetical that I can't put myself into. I can't separate the manga from them. Do I think Minato's the best father in the big three? No, it's Whitebeard. Whitebeard is my dad. Naruto is a mix, similar to what Claire's saying. To me, Naruto is a mix of Haikyuu early on and Eva later on. Like, Naruto is a perfect mixture of Haikyuu and Eva. It's crazy to me how that sounds, but it really is to me. Is that real, Gil? You named your cat Minato? When I get a pet, I'm naming it Minato. Is Claire Obscure Expedition 33 on this list? I wish it was. It would be. It would be higher than 100, I'll tell you that, but it missed the cutoff. It came out right in the wrong time. It missed the cutoff. It just missed it. It'll be here next year. I'm kidding, Hannah. Only if you end up wanting to. What kind of animal would I have as a pet? Dogs are by far my favorite, but as long as we can find a way to make it so that my allergies don't act up, we'd like to get a cat too. But I'm allergic, so there's some hoops to jump through. Thank you, Puzzlin, for the 30 months with Prime. It kind of works. Thank you very much, Puzzlin, for the 30 months with Prime. Thank you for the big 3-0. Say one nice thing about Sakura from Naruto. Thank you so much for letting me gush about Sakura. Sakura, literally, so there is one criticism about Sakura that doesn't actually have to do with her character that I can understand. But when it comes to the actual writing of her character, nothing that anyone criticizes about Sakura tracks. None of it is valid. None of it is substantial. Sakura is an amazing character with this incredibly rich nuance with regards to how she views her place in the world, her relationships with other people, what she wants to do to enact that, what she wants to do to make a mark on the world, and what she wants to see in the world. She has amazing relationships with Naruto. A really sort of one with Sasuke that is, I wouldn't call it one of the best in the series or anything, but I find it very interesting. A great one with Ino. A really efficient one with Kakashi. And other characters throughout the series that she meets as well. And there are moments that are infamous for Sakura that, you go to the scene of her cutting her hair. It's stupid. No, it's actually amazing. Her fight with Ino is dumb because it's about, because they talk about Sasuke too much. No. There's a moment later on in the series that is infamous as, Abyss Sakura, this is her being an awful person. No. It's actually amazing. I know, Hannah. It's incredible. So, all the criticisms to do with the actual writing of Sakura, none of them holds weight for me. None of them. She's consistently a great point of view character. She has a huge prominence in the first couple of, specifically in the beginning. At the point mid Chunin exams, I think it can be argued that she's more of a main character than Sasuke, given her weight and her perspective. We get into her mind more. And it's all great. It's a really important, sort of, kind of everyman perspective as she looks at these incredible people and balances her thoughts on them and talks about how she wants to progress in the world. There's one particular Sakura criticism that makes me rage because it's obvious misogyny in how the same thing is not applied to men. I know exactly what you mean. Sakura has a great fight. She has a great mentor relationship with other characters throughout the series. Sakura and Tsunade, I really, really love. I love Sakura and Tsunade so much. She's great. She's one of my favorite characters in the series. Yeah. I love Sakura. Rated character dynamic, Obito and Kabuto. S. Continue it, Sunshine. Continue it. After this stream is done, get right on it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mango Jam. Has one of your rereads ever elevated a story highly? Too many to count. Too many rewatches or rereads to count. All the time. Haikyuu, definitely. Parts of One Piece. Berserk. Attack on Titan. I don't have a best reread ever. I don't have a best reread ever, but I love rereads and replays and rewatches. Naruto streams were so good. Say something nice about the 3 admirals in One Piece as a group. What I love about them is that they kind of come into the story as in very bold ways. All 3 of them. They come in like, boom, holy shit. But the more of the story you get, the more layers are peeled back and the more nuances you explore. And now I think all of them are really awesome 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional character with tons of humanity and nuance that I didn't expect given how they came into the story. I think they're fully fleshed out human characters that are really effective in a way that I never thought they would be. But layers are peeled back, depth is given, they're enriched. It's all really, really, really well done. Number 21. I don't know, Andres. Number 21 is Bloodborne. By far my favorite FromSoft game. My favorite lore in any game ever. I have stayed up late at night listening to the Pale Blood Hunt for hours and hours and hours, many times throughout the years. I have just thought about the characters and the lore and the beautiful mix of gothic into cosmic horror, the creature designs, the tragedy and angst, the environmental storytelling, the atmosphere, just the lore, man. Bloodborne's lore is second to none. It is unbelievable. And it's tons of fun to play, and that helps. That helps as well. I missed a couple of redeems. I'll get to them. It was just a minute ago. So yeah, Bloodborne is a masterpiece, an absolute masterpiece. And it is, I don't think it'll ever be eclipsed from FromSoft. And I don't care that it's 30 FPS. I really don't care. I don't mind at all. No, yeah, characters from FromSoft outside of Sekiro are not on the list, but games are. Top 5 creation myths in fiction? The Attack on Titan one? Is Cyberpunk that good? I don't know. We might talk about it in a bit. Attack on Titan? Would this mean that Infinite Wealth and Yakuza 0 individually but place around the high 20s? They would place roughly around 15 to 20. Around 15 to 20. Oh, here it goes. Didn't Kishimoto openly admit that he doesn't know how to write female characters, so isn't it kind of ironic to regard most of the criticisms towards Sakura and other female characters as misogyny? No. No. I'm coming, Hannah, I'm coming! If I see misogyny, I'm not going to say it's not misogyny because Kishimoto feels like he doesn't write female characters as well as men. I'm not going to erase obvious misogyny that is very clear. I am a little peckish. I'm a little peckish, Hannah. So no, the answer is no. That's no. They keep redeeming stuff and I keep answering it. Top 5 creation myths in fiction. Other than Attack on Titan, there's one in Final Fantasy XIV. There's one in FF7 Re-Trilogy. There's one in Xenoblade. And Bleach. Sure, Claire, sure. Rated character dynamic, Sakura and Chio, S. And last one before we go on break. Top 5 stories with the best lore. Bloodborne, Attack on Titan. One Piece? One Piece? Oh, this is gonna be muted, shit. Whoa. Final Fantasy 14. Song of Ice and Fire. Okay, guys, be right back, and then we'll get into... oh, no, this is important. Let me read Trish's before we go. I think Kishimoto writes female characters with a stereotypical personality, but then does write those characters incredibly well with some great depth as well. Tsunade being as emotional as she is, but for a great narrative reason. I would only say Kaden and Mei are bad examples of Kishimoto writing female characters. That's how I feel about the misogyny of his writing. Wait, who's... Oh, Mei. Yeah, Mei's not good. Mei's not good. You're so good at this, Hannah. Thank you, Trish. I love... Remember how often I'd ask for a women's perspective throughout Naruto because of how rampant people are like, actually, if you think about it. Anyways, let's take a quick break. It has been 4 hours, and we'll get into the top 20. I know, she's not good, Downpour. She's not good. Be right back, guys. All right, folks. Wow, what a great song to play. What a great song to play. Right when I get back. Judgment Day. It is judgment time. Ranking fiction is serious business. What are people talking about? Ooh, what's going on? What's going on? What's the dialogue? Can someone sum up what's going on? There's a lot of paragraphs. Some Naruto discourse? I see. Interesting. Just discussing Kishimoto's writing of women. I see. I don't know if this is what's being talked about, but I do think that it's... Oh, sorry, the music's too loud. I do think that it's a fair... I don't know if I agree with... Regardless of whether or not I agree with it, I do think it's fair to say that... Like, I do think it's a fair criticism of a battle manga to say that a female character doesn't have enough fights. I think it's a fair thing to say. Usually, not that I agree or disagree or whatever. That completely aside, I think in a battle manga, it's fair to say that any given character, maybe, like if they have 10 fights and you want them to have 20, then that's a bit ridiculous. But if they have 2 fights and you want them to have 3 or 4, then I think that's fair. Am I catching Champions League semis? Whenever I finish. Yeah. Anyways, well, hello everyone. We are in the home stretch. And we have reached the nostalgia portion. So let me just put this here. This is one of these... Sorry, I'll answer a couple of questions in chat in a second, but let me just put this out. This is arguably, if I was going to say there is a single piece of media that is most important to me as a person, this would be one of them. Hunter x Hunter would probably be one. Fate Zero would probably be one. There would be 4 or 5, I'd say. This would be in the conversation. It is Paper Mario. Paper Mario is the first time I started caring about narrative in anything. And it is, even nostalgia even outside of its influence on me, it is a masterpiece of a game with a beautiful, melancholic, poetic spirit and energy, a wonderful immersive world to explore, a silly whimsy and charm, great presentation. It is just a phenomenal masterclass of a game. Paper Mario 64, yep. Paper Mario 64. Also, hello, Kath. AG, now that we're in the 20s, can I ask where you tier Yakuza 5 and 6, 7, and Gaiden? I think you already said Zero and Infinite Wealth will be in the 15-20 range. I'll tell you... So Indy, if I tell you between which games they would go, would that be enough? Because I have a list that will go public when I'm done the fiction list. On Backlogged. I can tell you, but I can't show it fully yet. Okay, so all the Yakuza games, ready? Noting? I said Infinite Wealth and Yakuza 0 would be between 15 and 20. That's absolutely where they'd be. And they'd be just below or roughly in the same spot as Twilight Princess. Same spot or just below Twilight Princess. And they're right next to each other. Infinite Wealth and Yakuza 0 are neck and neck next to each other. If I had to say one is my favorite, I would say Infinite Wealth. Next, my third favorite is Yakuza Like a Dragon. It is right behind Metal Gear Solid 3. Okay? Yakuza Like a Dragon is right before Metal Gear Solid 3. Yakuza Like a Dragon Gaiden, or Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, is right below Yakuza 7. They are basically neck and neck. Okay? Then Yakuza 6 is right in between Persona 3 FES and FF10. I go back and forth about whether I like Yakuza 6 or FF10 better. And then Yakuza 5 is in between Amori and FF10. It's basically tied with Amori. Yes, I would, Gojo. I think Paper Mario 64 is a great game to experience anything at any time. Why are they not on the list? Because I'm doing Yakuza as a series. Side character discourse in shonen manga is fascinating to me in terms of prioritization. It's definitely valid to want more than the bare minimum if an author establishes a character to be recurring, but I'll forever and always value a more tightly written singular character journey. It's pretty contextual to me. But for the case of stories like Bleach, where I think you can say that occurs, I'm definitely not complaining. I just got here is I cannot believe these exist in a good way or a bad way. This is my top 100 favorite fiction of all time, so it is the most positive way. The most positive. Last time Yakuza 5 was between Fata and Undertale. Yes. If Yakuza 5 has been aging very well. Whereas Infinite Wealth and Yakuza 0, they are roughly where Twilight Princess is. They're basically where Twilight Princess is in the list. You haven't seen it yet, but that's where they are. Is Yakuza 5 a 10? No. Yeah, it depends on what you value. Sometimes you want fights, sometimes you want better resolutions for fights, or different resolutions for fights, like Hannah says. Oh, I see, Mel. Yeah, he still gets underutilization shouts. I'm part of them because I think I think Rukia should have gotten a bit more, or it should have been paced differently. So yeah. What about the Fire Emblem series? Fire Emblem Three Houses is on the list right here. It's number 99, and Fire Emblem Awakening is in the honorable mentions. I think side character discourse is often egotistical. Even when the character serves the plot and is within theme, people will still dislike it because the character they like is not as often on screen as others. Yeah, it can be. It can be, for sure. Do I plan on playing any other Fire Emblem games? I do. I played a lot of Fire Emblem games, but I haven't played Path of Radiance or Radiant Dawn, and I've heard those are great. So I've played tons of games in the series. I've explored it quite thoroughly, but I want to play those because I hear they're maybe the best. Continuing the nostalgia theme, number 19 is Animal Crossing. If you know me, you know my immense this game is my heart and my soul, and my childhood is defined by just long summer days and long summer evenings with my cousins, just taking 20-minute turns playing Animal Crossing and fishing and looking for seashells as the sun set outside and we could hear the cicadas crying in game and outside of the game. Ryukishi reference. It is the most special, nostalgic childhood memory for me. And I sometimes get a bit of sadness when I think about it because it is the sort of game that will not... I'll still have tons of fun and I'll relive my childhood when I play it, but I'll never get back to those times, you know? There's a pain with that sort of thing that I really dwell in a lot. I dwell in that pain a lot. Whereas with Paper Mario, I could replay it or see a Let's Play of it, and I don't feel like I'm losing anything. But with Animal Crossing, there was so much about the time I played it that I can't get back. And there's something beautiful and sad about that. This is purely about Animal Crossing GameCube. Wild World is great too, but in my opinion, they never hit the magic of Animal Crossing GameCube. I've actually, let's see, Animal Crossing Alexander. I wrote a video about that very thing. Why Animal Crossing GameCube is my favorite one. For items set up by the residents of the town. Well into winter, Tortimer, the mayor... Anyways, there's a video about it. New Leaf got close. New Leaf is very good. It doesn't capture the same magic. It doesn't quite get close for me, but it's definitely very good. It is peak Animal Crossing. For Animal Crossing, the Madman nostalgia, yup. Pain because of an old wound. For Animal Crossing, I always wonder, is there technically any difference between this and New Leaf, Wild Horizons mechanically? Because most of the game seems the same, but it seems you like the rest of it a lot less. It's very different. New Leaf evolved things, I think, in a way that's good for the popularity of the series, but in a way that kind of diluted me a little bit, but I still really like New Leaf. New Horizons took the series in a direction that I think is good for the success of the series, but it really diluted what I like about it. It kind of... I felt alienated by the changes in New Horizons. Wild World is very similar. So yeah, I think Animal Crossing is just... I'm very specifically fixated on GameCube, and to a lesser extent, Wild World. Yeah, Outer Wilds is a great game. There are lots of great stories that are not on this list. Hi, this is Pharaoh. It isn't quite a favorite. But Outer Wilds is awesome. It's awesome. Number 18, continuing nostalgia. One of the most intricate and elegant stories in general in terms of setting-based storytelling, Pokemon Platinum. I love this game. Sinnoh is one of my favorite settings. I made a video about Pokemon Platinum. I'm quite proud of it, of the way I express why it's a beautiful setting and why Sinnoh is this beautiful tapestry of a story that you can explore. It is an unbelievable game that I just lose myself in again and again. It's one of those experiential ones where I feel like I could explore it over and over and over again and never get bored of it and kind of just forget, you know? Just forget. And there's something... I said a very similar thing about The Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is a bit different. Pokemon and Witcher are quite different. I don't quite forget who I am in the way I do with Witcher 3, but I get immersed and I lose myself in a similar way. This list is ranked, yes, it's number 1 is my favorite story of all time, so it's descending. The towns are fantastic, and it all has to do with this balance between fixations on the past and progression. It's all talked about in this video here that I talk about. It's a really interesting balance between second and third gen, between Johto and Hoenn. Oh boy, hold on, is that Bleach below Naruto? These streams, they're so great 99% of the time. They're so great 99% of the time. Snowpoint is so beautiful. So beautiful. This year I started thinking about Pokemon again, and for me, Hoenn got an insane rise for me, but I think right now, Platinum's my second favorite based on the vibes and atmosphere, and it just feels right for me. I think when it comes to a certain sweet spot in Pokemon history, you can't go wrong with loving any of them. I mean, you can't go wrong either way, but to me, the quality, the sweet spot of Pokemon history is generations 2nd to 5th, and I totally get any order of that. Eterna Forest, oh my god, the atmosphere of Eterna Forest. It's incredible, man. Let me just make sure that my favorite video game, Atmospheres, has Pokemon Platinum. I'm sure it does. Why? How would it not? Yeah, it does. Top 5 favorite Pokemon? I answered this yesterday. And I think I said Haunter, Absol, Espeon, Umbreon, Mimikyu, Lugia, Ho-Oh. I also talked about like Sylveon, Skarmory. I love Skarmory. Bayleaf. Dragonair is graceful and beautiful and better than Dragonite. Have I ever played Cuphead? No, I haven't. Me too, Kev. Yeah, Pokemon Platinum is just, I don't know, man. You think of all the locations and all the music and the sort of majestic flow of it and all that it has to say through Sinnoh and the NPC dialogue and the towns, Snow Peak, the nostalgia of Canalave, the music that ties directly to the nostalgia of Canalave, Floroma, Eterna Forest, Eterna City, like, oh, the locations of it, they are unparalleled. Gyarados is awesome, especially lore-wise. Have I done a list for Shonen? You can just look at this list. There's tons of Shonen on here. Just pick out the Shonen from this list. I promise there's a lot to pick from. It does have Defog, that's true. This top 100 list basically doubles as a top 20 Shonen or something. Say one nice thing about Michael Kaiser, perfect voice actor. Do I have a favorite Pokemon route? Route 216... No, not 216. It's really good, but the snow's annoying in 216. I don't think so. Pokemon Sun and Moon are great. I really like them a lot. Do you feel that Pokemon Platinum, like Animal Crossing and Paper Mario, has a nostalgic factor that carried it that high for you? Or is it standing on its own that great of all experience? Or is it like standing on its own that great of all experience in terms of immersion for you? There's definitely nostalgia attached to Pokemon Platinum. But probably a bit less. There's still like a lot of nostalgia with Pokemon Platinum. But there's a bit less with it than Animal Crossing and Paper Mario. JJ Reddick for real. The list is on screen, so you can see for yourself. But at the same time, nostalgia is, and I know you know this, Ray. Nostalgia is, not any less important than any other element when it comes to a game or a story. If you're nostalgic for something, it's because it's great. A lot of the time. Most of the time. With these games, absolutely. It connected with you because it's great when you were a kid. You played it and got lost in it because it's great. The Everstone Haunter trainer who tricks you? Based. Haunter's maybe my favorite Pokemon. Say one nice thing about Ash Ketchum. He's genuinely made me cry. Yeah, sometimes, Nero. Sometimes. It usually, like I said, that's kind of the case with Animal Crossing GameCube. Thoughts on the Distortion World? I really like it. I really like the Distortion World. It's probably one of the things I think about least when it comes to Platinum. But it serves its role. It's really cool. It's really cool for the Pokemon lore and mythos. I love what it does for Giratina. Probably a lot, Chandrine. Probably a lot. Do you have anything you're super nostalgic about or loved as a kid but dislike now? I don't think so. Like, there's stuff that I'm indifferent to. Like, I'm nostalgic about Arthur or Caillou. We were talking about Caillou earlier. And these days, I'm very neutral about them. But I don't dislike them. Yes, definitely, Ray. Pokemon and Zelda are very subtextual. Sorry, Trish. Arthur is great, though? I'll take your word for it. I don't remember if Arthur's great or not. But I'm nostalgic about it. It's peak. I'll take your word for it. I played Explorers of Sky. I played Explorers of Sky JTD. I believe it's on my backlog. Man, people are really commenting like mad on this. Stop! Get me off the front page! Get me off! Is this a question? Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood? What do you mean? What do you mean? Let me delete this. What is going on? There's too much. There's too much. There's too many comments on my personal list. Kasuma Kiryu. Oh, that's a cool name. I don't understand. Is that a question? What? Am I supposed to put them there? I don't know. I guess it's a backlog thing? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want comments on my list. I don't want them. What was I doing? Oh, Explorers of Sky. Isn't there a remake of this? What was the remake? Mystery Dungeon DX. That's this one, right? Oh, so I guess I didn't play Explorers of Sky. I played whatever this is. So I played whatever this is. So say one nice thing about Explorers of Sky. I'll say about this. I love the way that Pokemon are given proper characterization. It's really cool, and I really enjoy it. So yeah, I guess I haven't played Explorers of Sky. Sorry, I got them confused. Top 5 favorite Pokemon types? Fire, water, dark, ghost. Dragon? Yeah, Dragon's sick. Is there a setting to turn on comments for only friends? There might be. I've never had this. I've never ran into this before, so I haven't done it. Okay, let me ask now. So let me go back to my list and ask. Do you mean that you'd put those on your list? Because I don't know. What are you saying? No fairy? I like fairy. I don't feel like this isn't a serious top 5. I don't feel strongly about that. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Mel. I like Psychic too. Any Pokemon spin-off games that stand out to you? The Legend Legacy. Refresh this for a sec. Uh-oh. What about Red Dead Redemption 2 and Metaphor and Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 5, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and Ace Attorney 5 and Ace Attorney 6 and Ace Attorney Investigation 2 and Persona 3 Reload and Death Stranding 2 and... Damn. Didn't even mention, Damn, you got a lot of them. Yakuza Pirate? Or... No, wait, I don't think Tom likes that game. I don't know. I can't do the joke. Very good, Tom. It's all right. I see. Anyways, let's continue. Number 17. I think they're joking. They are joking. That was Tom. That was Tom in chat. that's the that was Tom our mod. You don't think I'll have Metaphor on the list? It has to be like an incredibly good opening to go on here. There are really good openings to games that are not on here. Like oh, Final Fantasy IX is... Oh, no, Final Fantasy IX is there. Like, I think Majora's Mask has a really good opening, but it's not on here. Yeah. It has to be, like, really good. Okay, number 17. Oh, never. We got another redeem. I love the man. I love that we can just chill. I love that we can just chill and talk about random stuff. Top 5 games that are not particularly strong stories but have incredible strong gameplay. Unicorn Overlord. But I do really like the Unicorn Overlord story. I just wouldn't call it strong. I think it's simple and effective and good. Metaphor has a very action-packed and engaging opening, but it isn't a slap your ass cheeks and change your life intro. I see. Xenoblade 2? I wouldn't say so. Super Mario... World? Yoshi's Island? Metroid Prime? A Link Between Worlds. Nice. A Link Between Worlds, yeah. This is Monster Hunter to a T? I've heard. Oh yeah, I played both Pokemon Snaps. Pokemon Snap's amazing. Number 17. Actually, should we do a bet? Let's do a bet. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess or Chrono Trigger. Two of my favorite games of all time. New blind bet? Let's do it. I believe. I believe in you. And guys, would you want me to show you my... Because I need to edit my... Do you want me to show you my updated favorite games list when I'm done the overall list? Because I need to... There's a private list that has that. So I can show it to you guys if you want me to. You'll know a lot of them, but there are some that aren't on this list because of how it goes, how I've done it. Okay, so I'll show you guys. Yeah, so it's not the same because Yakuza as a series, as Yakuza's together as a series. Certain Zelda games are together, so there's little differences. Is Midna my favorite... Sorry, the vote is started, by the way. Is Midna my favorite character across any Zelda game? Do I hide my series rankings too? Do I hide my series rankings too? Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. Midna is my favorite companion in Zelda. There is not even a question in my mind by so far of a margin. Don't worry about it. Sorry. Sorry, Anna. I'm dumb. Midna is by far my favorite Zelda companion by such a margin. It's incredible. Uh, Zant is my second, or sorry, outside of the Hero of Time, Zant is my second favorite Zelda character, so I guess it's top 3. Twilight Princess is one of my favorite final boss in anything. It is by far my favorite Zelda. I love the artistry towards Majora's Mask, and the artistry that goes behind Majora's Mask and Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, but there is something special about Twilight Princess that I described in my video about it that Dave has linked there, that just gives it this thematic poetry, this artistry, this craftsmanship that I think is unparalleled in the series. AJ, would you say that you become to lean more towards enjoyer media instead of elitist media, for lack of better terms? I think it's I think it's a mix of both. Because it's like, I think I used to lean towards elitist a few years ago, and then in recent years I balanced it out, and now I think it's a mix of both. I think it's pretty even. It is not JTD. And then Chrono Trigger is a legend of a game. The way I've described Chrono Trigger before is that it feels as you're playing Chrono Trigger that you're playing through a literal legend of a story. It feels like you're walking through history, which is appropriate in a lot of ways, but I often feel when I'm playing Chrono Trigger, like, I feel honored to be able to play it. This amazing piece of history that is not only iconic and legendary and so pivotal to the gaming industry as a whole, but that holds up as a masterpiece to this day. Sorry, Hannah. We gotta think of Poof while we're gushing about Chrono Trigger. It has an amazing cast of characters, so many unbelievable moments, like the reveal. The reveal midway through of Zeal is one of the biggest, most formative moments of fiction for me ever. There you go, Struggler. There you go. Corridors of Time. Oh, wind scene. So hopefully that answers your question, Gil. It's kind of a non-answer, so sorry about that, but... Have I played Chrono Trigger in recent years? No, not very recently. Not very recently. Okay, what are the votes like? Top 5 games I feel honored to play. Twilight Princess, 68%. Chrono Trigger, 32%. I'll answer that in a second, Simba. Twilight Princess and Chrono Trigger. So Twilight Princess has 68% of the votes. The answer is... Twilight Princess. Just about. Just about. Congrats to 68%. Okay, so, sorry, rated character dynamic, Luca and Robo? S. S. Okay, cool. Cool, Gil. I'm glad. I'm the only person who likes Twilight Princess more than Simba. There you go. This game is synonymous with my identity, I think. Like, it's one of those games that people think of me and people think of Twilight Princess. Like, I am head over heels, and I always gush about it all the time, and it means so much to me. Best way to play Twilight Princess? I guess the Wii. Is there anything on Switch? Probably not. Probably just Wii U. Yeah. The Wii U port? That's so obscure. Man, re-release Twilight Princess. I think Luca's my favorite Chrono Trigger character. Her side quest gets me so bad. Oh, it's so good. Luca's side quest is amazing. I really wish they went into her initial plan of... With their initial plan of removing her from your party, you went to fix her trauma. I didn't even know about that, Mel. That's incredible. Sorry, Hannah. Again. Understandable. Understandable, Sebastian. The music was FF7. Let's play it again. Let's play it again. It got a bit loud, but I don't mind. Okay. We are in the top 15 now. Top 15. This is another of my stories, that I don't think I have to explain much at all. I have a big-ass video on it. I've gushed about it forever. It has one of my favorite casts ever. It is one of the most beautiful stories I've ever seen. It is so for me. It is so for me, it's unbelievable. It has one of the best protagonists ever. It is everything. It is Showa Roku Rakugo Shinju. Just this poetic, beautiful tapestry of art and stories and life and love. And it can never get enough love. It can never get enough love. It is... It's everything, man. Rakugo is so... If you distill what I look for in stories into one story, it is Rakugo. It's got the darkness, it's got the character focus, it's got the themes of legacy and storytelling and art, the complex character writing, the emotions, everything. Yep. Welcome in, Rose. Welcome in. By the way, Rose, you weren't here yesterday, but I'm so glad you love Trails to Azure so much. I'm so glad. Top 5 characters in Rakugo? Yakumo, Yota, Sukaroku, Miyokichi, Konatsu. I don't know the order from... The order of 2 to 5 is so up in the air. I don't really know what it is. I've never been glued to my screen more while watching anime more than immersing myself in literally any of Yakumo's performances. His Shinigami. Oh, God, man. Yeah, 2 to 5 is a total mess. Rose, quick, you don't, this can just be a quick answer. How do you feel about Randy Orlando? Konatsu's performance of the kids makes me cry. Sukaroku's performance, with his reawakening and rebirth makes me cry. Yakumo in general, Yota, every performance is so good. Randy is the best Trails character so far. So based. So based. He shares my top 2 with Kevin. With his name, I can't tell if you're taking the piss out of him being that good. Randy is one of my favorite video game characters. Randy Orlando is that good. Randy's one of my favorite video game characters ever. Randy. He's legitimately a masterful character. Yet he is built like that, yep. And he's voiced by Miki Shinichiro, which should tell you something. Okay, I'll try ranking my Rakugo top 5. Yakumo, Sukaroku, but Yota is the most relatable for me. He's the most relatable. He's one of the few characters I can say, like, that is me in a character. Yota means so much to me in terms of how I examine and appreciate art and what I do for a living now. But I think it would be Miyokichi 3, Yota 4, then Konatsu. Maybe Yota 3. I don't know. It's tough. Randy is the greatest. Anyways, number 14. Sukadoku is voiced by Koichi Yamadera. Yes. Arguably my favorite role of his. It's one of them, for sure. Okay, we'll do a bet between 12 and 11. But number 14. You cry about Sukadoku during karaoke. Oh, man. Sukadoku would love karaoke. Guys, remember? Oh, my God. Hold on. I need to show you one thing about Rakugo before we continue. Oh my gosh. I can't find the shot I'm looking for. I can't find the shot I'm looking for, but screw it. I'll show you these ones. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm tearing up on command. I don't know. I can't. I take it back. I cannot rank numbers 2 to 5. I can't. This reminded me that Konatsu being last doesn't feel right, but it doesn't feel right for any of them. Numbers 2 to 5 in Rakugo are a mess. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, Rakugo is the greatest. It is the greatest. Okay, sorry. Just got distracted for a second. She does love him so much. They have such a special relationship. Number 14. This one is kind of a new entry because... Actually, it is a new entry, but I've added Edge Runners to it because it's the same universe. Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, and Edge Runners with an incredibly strong showing. This is without doubt one of the greatest games I've ever played. I've talked a lot about Edge Runners before. I add Edge Runners to it, and I think Edge Runners elevates the game a decent bit, and the game elevates Edge Runners a bit. It's the same universe, and I think of them as the same IP. So they're all together. Cyberpunk is somehow built this way. If I don't want... I said this earlier in the month, like last month, that if I were to pick one video game world that has the best setting, in terms of how it's... not necessarily in terms of just walking onto the street and talking to people, because there is repetitive dialogue. Like, there's not much to speak of in terms of just talking to people on the street. It's not like Trails in that way. But in terms of the way that the setting is fleshed out and built and feels organic and multifaceted and interesting and real, I think it's Night City and Cyberpunk. If I had to pick one, I think it's Night City. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Every character in Cyberpunk 2077 and Phantom Liberty feels living and breathing. And even if I don't think of them as super impressive in and of themselves... Oh, me too, Indy. Even if I don't think of them as super impressive in and of themselves, they all contribute and feel like a believable part of the world that just accentuates the mosaic of moving pieces that it is. It's beyond words. It is a true achievement in every sense of the word. No metaphor on the list. I'm just... Ray. Yeah, it's stunning. It's beyond words. And then The actual story is really, really incredible. My one problem with it is that, like, I had some technical issues, but what can you do? Night City is the most location as a character I've ever experienced. Yes. Night City itself is so dense with everything. It is dense with dreams and nightmares and ascents and descents. It's where people go to die and it's where people go to live. So much, there's so much there. I can't even articulate it. Guys, if you want to immerse yourself in a video game world and never let go of it, it is right there for you. If you have not played Cyberpunk 2077, it is right there for you. The cast of characters is unbelievable. Some stronger than others, but all around just fantastic. It has 3 of my favorite characters of all time, and Johnny Silverhand, which is someone just said say something nice about Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand is my favorite Keanu Reeves character, and one of my favorite characters in video games. In Solomon Reed and in Songbird. Those 3 are magic. Magic. So yeah, and then Phantom Liberty is the best DLC story ever. Ever. It's a wrap. It's incredible. It is a masterpiece. It's everything. Ray, it's right there for you. It is all of that. It is all of that and more. It's right there for you. And then the music, the visuals, the direction, the way that they really artistically present things. They direct because it's a first-person game, but they direct you so that you look at certain things. And the framing of some of this stuff. Oh my gosh! Let me share with you like a screenshot. Let me share with you a screenshot. Let me just find one. Will Twitter's search function work? Probably not. Let's give it a go though. And there are moments of dreams. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is a great song for this. Like... Sorry, it's not... It doesn't really fit. So, like, there's just stuff like this where there is framing and somehow cinematography despite it being first person. Like, look at some of these frames, man. Oh, look at some of this shit. This is... Guys, Cyberpunk is pure artistry. Me too, Gil, because the launch of this game, admittedly awful. I played it, I played the game before, when it came out in 2020 or something. I literally had no clue what was happening with the story, because all I would do was clown on the game, because it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. I remembered so little, because all I did was make fun of it, because it was so glitchy. Then I played it last year, and I can't believe how good it is. The gameplay is so good too. The gameplay is fire. It's so fire. I just accidentally spit a little bit. Sorry. Would it be better to play Cyberpunk than watch Edgerunners or vice versa? I think watching Edgerunners first is probably good because it's integrated into the Cyberpunk narrative now. But I don't think you can go wrong either way. Is Phantom Liberty the peak of all Cyberpunk so far? Yes. Phantom Liberty is the best Cyberpunk. I was very focused on guns and, like, dexterity. Oh, it is Greenfool. It very much is. Is that one from near the end of the game? This one, Downpour? This is near the end of the game. This is a decision point in the game. The characters are so beautiful and multifaceted. Like, look at this shit. Oh my god, man. Come on. Come on. This is what my character looked like. Look at this. More of the city. Look at this setting. Look at this setting. Look at this. Man, it's so... there's more! There's more! Here's more. Look! Look at it! It's so good. Oh, this shot, man. With context, this shot. How is the player character integrated into this? Very well. Very well. They're an integral part of the plot, and they have tons of agency and identity within it. It won't, Hannah. It won't. Because this is new. Cyberpunk's new. Downpour, whenever you play Phantom Liberty, please talk to me about it the way you talk about Trails. Please. Please. Yeah, this is new. This is the first time I've talked about Cyberpunk in these streams. Do you think the game is worth it if you want to mainline story sequences, or does it live and die by side stories? It doesn't live and die by side stories. It definitely doesn't. But I really think you're missing part of the point of the game if you beeline for the main story. Because so much of the beauty of the game is in the side stuff. But you can, it doesn't live and die by them. I don't think they're essential. I think you're doing the game a disservice if you don't at least explore the side content. There's so much great stuff there. It's unbelievable. Female V is great. I didn't play Female V, but Jeremy Lee is great. Celix, me and Hannah were literally talking about it during the break. We can't wait for Devil's Plan. Devil's Plan Season 2, we're watching it today. Sorry, I was gushing so much I wasn't reading chat super properly. If I didn't answer any of your stuff about Cyberpunk, please repeat it and I'll try to answer. Thank you, Gasanov, for the 4-month resub. Happy Bleach Top 25, everyone. Congrats, AG, on finishing your 3rd list. It was a joy to watch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for 4 months. Top 5 Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty characters. Oh, sorry. First, I have to answer top 5 Final Fantasy Pro tags. Warrior of Light, Cloud, Zidane, Cloud, Squall, Tidus. Devil's Plan is on Netflix. Say one nice thing about Anthony Harris / Peter Pan. Oh no, Green Fool. What do I say that's nice? It disturbed me in the best way possible, I guess. Unapologetic in selling the setting. Top 5... Sorry, Trish, I missed this as well. Top 5 Koichi Yamadera roles. Koichi Yamadera roles. Yoshida, the Gintama role, Koichi Yamadera is an amazing... He's one of my favorite voice actors. So, Akiyama, Sukaroku, Yoshida Shoyo from Gintama, Kaji, really? That's amazing, Green Fool. Oh, me too. There's what Indy's talking about is one of the most intense stories you've ever experienced. There's a section in Cyberpunk that had me, like, legitimately, like, Resident Evil 2. You know how I was in Resident Evil 2 when I was being chased by Mr. X? That times 2. That, like, doubled. I was terrified. And in addition to that, I might be forgetting someone, but let's say Kyuge. Thank you, Soul Samurai, for the 34 months. I'm so glad you've been enjoying. Thank you so much, Soul Samurai. Thank you, Rim. Cyberpunk is a masterpiece. And there were a bunch of redeems that came in when I asked about more questions. So, top 5 Final Fantasy protags, so I answered that. Top 5 Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty characters. Johnny Silverhand, Songbird, Solomon Reed, Takamura, and... sorry. And Jackie. That's my top 5. Oh, really, Elijah? Panam, honestly, I like Panam, but I've never bought into the hype for Panam. I think she's a good character, but she's nowhere near my top 5 personally. Judy is very close to my top 5. I like Judy a lot. I think she's awesome. Top 5 Cyberpunk side quests. Okay, I don't know their names. But my number 1 Cyberpunk side quest is the one... Oh, I wish I remember the names of the side quests. Is the one with... What are the names? I need to look up... sorry, I don't know the... I wish I knew the names of Cyberpunk quests. Which one is this? Dream On! Oh my god, Dream On? Guys, there is a side quest in Cyberpunk that I can't even describe what I felt. The moment I finished it, ask Hannah. The moment I finished Dream On, I just literally went to Hannah, summarized the whole side quest. Summarized the whole thing to her. I'm like, Hannah, let me explain to you this entire quest. It is the most stunning side quest. It's incredible. Oh my god. Dream On is maybe my favorite side quest in anything. It's definitely in the conversation for it. Sinnerman is right up there as well. I don't know, Rav. I don't know. Oh, no. I totally get that, Tarnished. I totally get that. It's right there for me, too. Carrie's whole side quest storyline. Yeah. There's also a side quest with Judy where we go through the underwater remnants of her home. And I love that one. That one's so good to me. That one's so good. And then maybe Rivers. Maybe Rivers, yeah. Top 5 game expansions and DLCs. Beautiful, I got the list for you. Here's my top 5 game expansions and DLCs. Phantom Liberty, Cyberpunk, Blood and Wine, Witcher 3, Hearts of Stone, Witcher 3, Bloodborne, The Old Hunters, and Shadow of the Erdtree. Yes, unfortunately, Downpour, I was a man. But I did see it paired with Judy's Romance, and it's better. No FF14 expansions? Right here. Not including FF14. To me, that's a little cheating. Not including FF14. I don't consider FF14 to be the same... expansions to be the same thing as these. And Lord Flacco asked where Cyberpunk would be without Phantom Liberty. Again, I don't know. Again, that's a hypothetical that I don't have access to. I played it on PC, yeah. I played it on my old PC, and it ran really well, but I bet if I had streamed it, it wouldn't have worked. I bet if I streamed Cyberpunk, I would have had to upgrade my PC, probably. But, playing it on its own, it worked well with my 3070 and my old-ass processor. Xenoblade 2 and 3. Xenoblade 2 has a great DLC. 3 is a very good one. You know it, Blackhawk. Oh, I said about Peter Pan. Okay, we're caught up. We're caught up. Speaking of this song, number 13, Berserk. -6. No, I'm kidding. Number 13. I'm kidding. No, Final Fantasy IX. One of the greatest games I played. One of the greatest Final Fantasies. An eternal favorite that I will never stop gushing about ever. The gameplay is not as bad as people say. In fact, it's good. It just isn't great. That's okay. Hello, Fiji. Hello, Fiji. We're into the top 13 now. One of the greatest starts to a video game, one of the greatest endings to a video game. Some of the most iconic, wonderful video game characters I've ever experienced, let alone in Final Fantasy, in Zidane, Steiner, Vivi, Kuja, the dynamics, the relationships, the texture, the setting, one of the greatest video game worlds. The thematics are incredible. Yes, Fiji, you missed Bleach Top 25. And the Naruto Rise, yep. Yep. We got it right here. I hope you enjoy the up 65 for Bleach, Fiji. Yes, Andres? And thank you, Sarah. On a scale from 1 to 5, how much did Final Fantasy as a franchise change me? 5. Without a doubt, 5. Where do you recommend someone who is new to Final Fantasy to start? Final Fantasy IV, to me, is the ideal starting point. I also think 10 is a good starting point. I started with 6, and that wasn't bad. Is Fandaniel like Kuja? Kind of. Kind of, yeah. I think he is. I haven't thought about them in parallel, but I think he is. Is OG7 a good starting point? It works. I think it works. I would only recommend to not start with 9. I just say, don't start with 9, don't start with 14. Outside of that, none of them are bad, I think. Probably not a good idea to start with 8 either, but it's not a disaster. Is Final Fantasy IX my favorite main line? Maybe. Does Re-Trilogy count as mainline? Does 14 count? So, Vita, does 14 count as mainline, and does Re-Trilogy count as mainline? Because I count both as mainline. My first was Remake. See, a lot of people get into FF through Remake, and I mean, it works. It works. 14? So, then no, it's not my favorite mainline. It's not my favorite mainline. But it used to be, and it's still so close to being it. Well, not so close, actually. Close. Yeah, man. 9 is one of the OGs. I've been loving 9 forever. Captures my imagination, my soul, and my heart like almost nothing else. And the ending is, it always makes me weep. Always. Okay. I don't know, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's like Dirge of Cerberus at all. I disagree with that. I think of FF12, Revenant Wings as mainline. I think that's mainline. I think it's FF12. Okay. Okay, guys. 11 and 12. This is a fun one. This is a fun one. Okay? Xenoblade Chronicles. Or... Me too, Johnny. Me too. Or Re-Trilogy. Xenoblade Chronicles or Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy. Last year, Remake and Rebirth, or sorry, it's Remake and Rebirth. Remake and Rebirth was 10, Xenoblade was 12. Yakuza top 10? What is this series you guys are talking about? I don't know, Yakuza. What is that? Maybe it's good. Xenoblade Chronicles, I don't think I have to talk about it, right? I doubt I have to talk about Remake and Rebirth. Do I? I've talked about it for understanding what Shanks told him. He gave up his arm for the sake of a new era. Just like Joseph. Recon? Oops. Recon? Right in time? Right in time for the top 10? Thank you so much, Recon, for gifting 5 subs to the community. Welcome in. Let me just quickly catch you up. One Piece is 39. Bleach is 25. Naruto is 22. Black Sails, which you just started, 28. Rakugo, 15. Final Fantasy, I don't know. Trails, 70. Welcome in, Fiji. I was reading what Fiji, reading Fiji saying coach. Welcome in, Recon. I should play Yakuza 0? I don't know. It looks kind of gritty and super serious. It's not really, that doesn't really seem like my thing. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is holding up a pretty high spot. Nice to see it back at the top. I think it was this high last year. Yeah, Xenoblade was 12 last year. And FF Remake Rebirth was 10. But yes, it is absolutely holding up. So, one of the beautiful things about growing up and understanding my experience with media is that Xenoblade really is as good as I think it is. It hasn't fallen off. It isn't, like, does it have flaws? Yeah. Do I care about them? Really, no. Do they lower my enjoyment? No. So Xenoblade is just everything I look for in a video game and more. It is the perfect experience. I did a review about it. I did a review about it. It's so funny. It's so funny, by the way. Look at Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition reviews. Oh wait, no, sorry. Let me go to the old one. This one's reviews. I have the second most liked review for this game. And the most liked game is this. Or, sorry, the most liked review is this. Destroyer of Mid says, highly recommended if you've never watched a shonen anime before, so you'll think it's something new. It's doing something new. But anyway, this is my review of it. This is what I think of Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm not going to read it, but I should check out his reviews. I should go through them? What? Really? What the hell? 20 years later and these devs still haven't realized turn-based combat is boring as shit? Okay, they're kind of killing it. Amazing commentary on cancel culture? Who is this person? Xenogears! That's amazing. Xenogears, the game that everyone says is like the most incredible revolutionary story of all time, which I haven't experienced still. I need to experience it. Basic bitch Cliff Notes understanding of the most mainstream psychologists and philosophers possible. Dan Henschel says more about psychology than this garbage. What is this? This is a whole section of backlog I've never understood. Stellar Blade? Where is it? I have no clue if this is the last bastion of our culture war or if it's too woke now, so I'm giving it 5 out of 10 to average those two. I get it. I see. Yo, FF9, 10 out of 10? 5 out of 5? Devil May Cry 5 is 0.5 out of 5? Damn, I guess I shouldn't play it on stream. What's the Donkey Kong one? I highly recommend for how in-depth the settings are. There's even a switch that lets me cause everyone who has ever opposed me to... Oh, I'm so glad you've been enjoying Recon. I'm so glad you've been enjoying the gush. Read the first sentence of Devil May Cry 5. Welcome in, Recon. I'm glad you were able to catch the tail end of this. Devil May Cry franchise is a psyop intended to destroy Yaoi. What the fuck? Destroy Yaoi? Maybe I shouldn't play it. I'm a fan of Yaoi. Not that I partake, but I love what it's done for culture. Oh, this is great. Snake X Otacon Yaoi is overrated. I'm tired of fake Yaoi fans gassing up this utter dog shit. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. Unicorn Overlord. I think I'd have a better chance of finding unicorns IRL than having fun playing this game. Okay, no, they're great. They're great. I didn't understand what they were, but I get it now. Oh, say this in my YouTube voice. Devil May Cry 5 is a psyop intended to destroy Yaoi. Games as art people are so fucking stupid. Imagine sucking the dick of a game that does Pokemon style buy the game twice bullshit because you can pretend it's deep. LOL. Amazing. Top 5 Xenoblade core stories. That's a great question. I'll answer that in a second. Okay, one more page. FF8. I hate that stupid pussy-ass song that the shippers squeal over. Why couldn't they get real music like Metallica? The worst part about that is I love Metallica. Rebirth 0.5? No. You know what? I know the gimmick. My initial thing was to be upset because no one should ever do that, but I get the gimmick. This game is a rebirth in the way that Buddhists believe you will be reborn as a hungry ghost with an enormous stomach and a tiny mouth as punishment for leading a life consumed by greed and spite. Who the fuck is Rogue and why does everyone like them? Okay, I like them. How do we get here? You guys have to vote. Which is higher? Xenoblade or FF7 Re-Trilogy? Remake and Rebirth. Which is higher? You guys get 2 minutes. Very quickly, I didn't talk much about Rebirth. Oh my god. Stop commenting on my list, people! I don't care! Twilight Princess's opening, if you count the tutorial area, was the least favorite part of the game. I don't care! Get off! Okay, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Remake, I made a 9-hour video about, and through the process of making that, I somehow fell more in love with it than I already was. It is one of the most beautiful character pieces. It is the thematics and the way they're presented, and the ambition of the story is a creative marvel that I have utmost faith in. Aerith becomes one of the greatest characters of all time with this game. Cloud grows a lot as well, and is poised to become one of the greatest characters of all time, even further than he already is. The content for the cast, like Barrett and Tifa, and the way they get focused is incredible. And this game probably has the best towns to explore. Like I said, It's one of my favorite settings, and I said Cyberpunk has my favorite setting overall, but in terms of individual towns rather than a big city, this game is probably the best. Yeah, Calm, Cosmo Canyon, Gungaga, it's unreal. I know, Downpour. I know. Well, that was we were. That was the joke. We were in chat who joked about it. But I did think of that. I'm like, the crazy irony of that is, man. So yes, that's my feelings on both. What is? Oh my God! Xenoblade gets no love. I know, Rebirth is genuinely an incredible marvel. I can't believe it exists. Well, there wasn't much, There isn't going to be much of a reward for this, but it is Rebirth and Remake. Just about. Just about. You know how you mentioned that Xenoblade's your favorite game to see people experience for the first time? With Rose and Go's playthrough and Sarah playing it, that's Metal Gear Solid 5 for you. Cool. Cool. That's so cool, Trish. I can't wait to join in one day to those you can watch playing through it. I can't wait. Congrats to 92% of you. Sorry that wasn't harder. It didn't win, no. It didn't win. Sorry, Moonless, that was my fault. Part 3 will propel Re-Trilogy to the top 10. If we're being completely honest, if Part 3 does not propel it into the top 8, at least, I will be disappointed. I will be disappointed. That's how high the stocks are. That's too bad, Vita. I'm sorry about that. So top 5 Xenoblade Core Series. That is a great question. Top 5 Xenoblade Core Series? This isn't a favorite of mine, but Kingdom Hearts is so Xenoblade. Kingdom Hearts is so Xenoblade. Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, honestly, 7 Re-Trilogy, Attack on Titan, yep. Do I ever see Xenoblade Chronicles 1 dropping? I don't see it dropping out of being one of my favorite games of all time. Clair Obscur! Yes, it is very Xenoblade. Clair Obscur is incredibly incredibly Xenoblade, sorry. And it's gonna be in my top 5? Not necessarily. It's just maybe it's just really good in. Maybe it's in my top 25, and it's really good in a bunch of ways. We'll see. We'll see next year. I got you, Indy. It could be. I would love. I have to finish Clair Obscur. Maybe it'll be in my top 5. I would love that. But one more Xenoblade Core game. I still have to finish it. If the ending's amazing, maybe it's in my top 5. I said Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X. Random thing I love about whatever my favorite Ghibli movie is. Princess Mononoke. The OST. True, Mel. True. Okay, guys. Top 10. Here we go. Top 10 fiction of all time. Number 10. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Fate Zero. Fate Zero. One of the most, like I said, one of the most important stories I've ever experienced that is not only pivotal to who I am as a person and what I do, but to this day stands the test of time as one of the most moving, gutting, shocking, beautifully presented, evocative character pieces with so much layered psychology and complexity and beautiful thematics, great battles and fun, and just immense emotional drama that moves me to my core. It shakes me to my core. It's an utterly mind-blowingly wonderful masterpiece of a story that is monumentally significant for me as a person, but even as I revisit it to this day, it never gets old, it never gets worse, it just gets better. Hello, Sidon. It's a masterpiece in every way. Every way. It's so efficient. It's crazy, indie. The ideologies, the themes, the character psychologies, it does so much, and it does it all so well. Like, I could latch on to Tokiomi. I could latch on to Kaneth, and I could talk about them forever because of the depth and efficiency with which they're approached with. And they're tiny characters in the grand scheme of things. Tiny. But they're given so much emphasis through the details and the depth and the richness. Really, Dohawk, that's awesome. I love that it's your favorite. It's my third favorite overall, I think. Thank you, Elijah, for the 100 bits. My second favorite story of all time and the highest entry of mine on this list. I can't believe this story was made by a person. Me neither. Thank you so much. Right, Struggler. Okay, bedtime? Bedtime? I know, it's crazy how it is just built that way, Ray. Despite the way it's talked about sometimes. Alright, people. This is a big one. This is a big one. A lot of people in chat, I think, will be interested in this one. Yakuza or Like a Dragon as a series, or a Song of Ice and Fire? The books. The books, specifically. Did Weber guess it? Yeah, oh, Weber got Yakuza, yeah. Why am I pitting two baddies against each other? Because that's the name of the game. Okay, people. I have nothing to say. You know how I feel about A Song of Ice and Fire. You've seen my journey with Yakuza across 2 years. There is nothing more to say. Who do you think wins? Put your money where your mouth is. Okay. Which is higher on the list? Yakuza series or A Song of Ice and Fire? 2 minutes. Start your engines. Go. I think Yakuza wins, but I'd love to be wrong. 8 Yakuza games out, so it must be number 8, right? Sure. I was gonna say, yeah, Gaiden's not a Yakuza game that I played. Are there 9? For some reason, I thought there were 10 that I played. I guess I played 9. What's going on here? What is the point of betting on this? To get some sort of return. What is this ratio? What is going on? 95? Some people might be regretting their vote if it goes a certain way. You can't trick me? Don't underestimate RGG Nation. We're out of our mind, true. Top 5 media similar to Yakuza? It's just waffles. Struggler. Go with the numbers. Top 5 media similar to Yakuza. So Gintama is the obvious one, but I actually really think that specifically from Yakuza 7 onwards, it gets very... Because of Ichiban, it gets very reminiscent of stuff like Naruto and One Piece. So I'll say generally shonen, like that, because of Ichiban. Infinite Wealth in particular, and the stuff that it covers is very Endwalker to me as well. I don't see the JoJo similarity, but maybe you guys do, or maybe you've watched more, so you see it. So you've read more. Maybe parts 7 and 8, like Mel says, is more reminiscent of it. I don't see the JoJo similarities that much, really. But maybe they showed themselves in parts 7 and 8. Series similar to Yakuza. What else is similar to Yakuza? It's so unique. Is Death Stranding on the list? No, because I haven't finished Death Stranding. I've only done 3 streams of it. So I don't put unfinished games on the list. Mario Party? Durarara? Kind of. Metal Gear Solid? I kind of see Metal Gear Solid. Golden Kamui? I've heard Golden Kamui. Okay, so yeah, I guess those. Oh yeah, the Yakuza games definitely get very, very distinct. Yakuza 5 exists in its own realm to me. In that it's very grungy and Yakuza, like classic old school Yakuza, but at the same time it's also very, very lofty and very dreamlike, pardon the pun, you know? It's really cool. It's really cool. Judgment, yeah. What's the best Mario Party? Mario Party 3. Okay, 91% of you say Yakuza. I would love to disappoint you all, but you're right. God damn it. we gotta make the next one harder. So yes, Yakuza, I guess it's worth formalizing, Yakuza is now officially in my highest tier of fiction ever. I am delighted, hand over heart, and fully honest in saying that. I love this series beyond words. Does it have problems? Oh, yes, hell yes, it has problems all over the damn place. Every single game, I think I can point to significant problems, except Gaiden and Zero. However, my god, the places this series has taken me, you guys have experienced it, it is beyond words. Kiryu Kazuma, life-changing character. Ichiban, oh, they just do things to me, man. Ichiban, life-changing character. Majima, Nishiki. Even Infinite Wealth? Yes, Infinite Wealth has lots of problems to me. Even if it's currently my favorite, it has problems for sure. And it is now in my absolute peak fiction of all time. If something is in this list, is in the top 10, it is close to number 1. And I was really close to putting it 7, actually. But you know me. For newer stuff, this isn't that new. I finished Infinite Wealth a few months ago. But for kind of newer stuff, I do lowball. So I want to see how I sit with the series, and if it continues to grow, and if I continue to feel this way about it, and continue to think that it should go higher, it will go higher. Okay. So how are we going to do the rest of this? Okay. Maybe a bet between... Do we just want to end this all out with bets, or... Not all of it with bets. I don't know. I could do a bet between 6 and 7, 4 and 5, and 1, 2, and 3. Is it possible for another piece of fiction you experience on stream to be top tier 1 in the future? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Of course. I mean, that literally happened with this, right? So, it literally happened with this, it happened with Final Fantasy XIV. So why wouldn't it be possible again? Okay. 7 is an awkward number, but we'll make it work. Okay. Number 6 and 7. Which is higher between bet 7 to 4 and then 1 to 3? I could do that, but 7 to 4 is kind of a lot. Boromir or Ned Stark? Boromir. Like an elimination tournament? Huh. I see what you're saying. Can I do 7 options? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what the limit is. I think I can do it. That's okay. Okay. We can do it. Okay. You know what we're going to do, guys? The votes are now switched around. The votes are now switched around, okay? You are voting elimination style. You're voting elimination style. This is a cool idea. So, you guess which is the lowest. This is a shift. You're not guessing which is higher. I'm going to list all 7 stories that are left, and you say which you think misses out, which is next to be eliminated, okay? The stories are Mad Men, Final Fantasy 14, Hunter, Berserk, Attack on Titan. This music does fit, doesn't it? Haikyuu and Umi Neko. That is the top 7. Okay. Hello, Ash. Okay, so here we go. 2 minutes. Wait. Oh, did I word that right? Did I word that right? Let me make sure. Oh, I might have worded that wrong. Did I word it wrong? Oh, shit. Stop! Stop! How did I word it? Which is lowest? Okay, I worded it right. So which is lowest on the list? Mad Men, Final Fantasy XIV, Hunter x Hunter, Berserk, Attack on Titan, Haikyuu. Which is number 7? Which drops out? We should just play this song the whole time. You joined in right in time for the end, Toss J. How's it going? A minute in. Berserk has 81% of the votes. 80% of the votes. 78. Okay, it's evening out a bit. Interesting. No one's saying Hunter x Hunter. No one thinks Hunter x Hunter's number 7? Bolds. I went for Attack on Titan on everyone's souls. It'll be right. Interesting. Okay. See ya, Odd Samurai. Enjoy. Okay. That new batch of chapters was so bad it dropped the series a whole 6 spots. Yup. Okay. What do we got? 1% of people say Attack on Titan is lowest on the list. 0% say Hunter x Hunter. Though there were bets. There were 2 people who went, ooh, I should put something on Hunter x Hunter. Just in case he pulled a mad one and I become a millionaire. Final Fantasy XIV has 2% of the vote. Berserk has 80% of the vote. Haikyuu has the least amount of the vote, 0%, but still 3 people voted on it. Mad Men has 16%, and Umineko has 1%. The answer is... The answer is a series that has been near and dear and formative to my heart, that shocks me with its beauty and presentation and imagination and emotions and heart and soul characters that just do everything to me. Berserk. Berserk, number 7. Same spot as last year. Congratulations, 80%. Okay. Today's the anniversary of his death? Oh my goodness. Is it really? Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Goat. He has blessed us with one of the greatest stories ever conceived. Okay. Next up, we're going to do it again, just without Berserk. Okay? Which is lowest on the list? Same thing? What are we thinking? My heart can't take it? I believe. I redeemed some points. Say one nice thing about Kiryu Kazuma. The fact that for 3 games in a row, I was going, this is Kiryu's game. This is Kiryu's game, and he won't get better. Like, the next game definitely won't eclipse the previous game in being Kiryu's game. And every time it did is an unbelievable feat. And somehow, he just got better and better and better. I couldn't believe it. Okay, how's this one doing? Ooh, okay. This is a bit more split. Someone put 10 on Hunter x Hunter. Someone put 1.1k on Umineko. So far, Attack on Titan has 35%. Mad Men has 65%. Mad Men is the favorite for being number 6. I brain rot about Kiryu like twice per week. I was about to say something that would make it sound like a competition, so I won't. Sarah's done it for me. I think the Attack on Titan anime adaptation will give it the push. He's so close to mine, Ray. He might... He like, depending on the day, he might be mine. Okay, it's settling. Just a few seconds left. Mad Men, 63%. So let's go through it all. Attack on Titan, 36%. Hunter x Hunter, 0%. Final Fantasy XIV, 0%. Haikyuu, 0%. Though Hunter x Hunter and Haikyuu had bets, but no one bet on Final Fantasy XIV. Mad Men, 63%. Umineko, 1%. Oh boy. The answer is... This is very fun. This is a great idea. Attack on Titan. Again, same as last year. 36%. 36% get it. Now, I will say, reflecting on the anime ending and how much it elevated the ending for me, and all that, got it very, very close. Very close. I'm not confident in this I'm not confident between 5 and 6. But it's just where, on average, I put it. So Attack on Titan, number 6. I'm sorry. So Attack on Titan, congrats everyone who got it right. Attack on Titan, just a quick blurb about it. I don't know. I just got lost trying to think about how to express my love for it. It is the greatest plotting and plot in any anime or manga I've ever seen. Maybe any story I've ever seen. It is a masterpiece in plotting and plot. But what's key is that I wouldn't care. Really, I wouldn't care all that much if it wasn't filled with one of my favorite casts ever. Attack on Titan's cast isn't quite like Mount Rushmore character level, like top 4 or 5 cast of all time, but it's roughly a top 10 cast of all time. And that is incredible praise. And just loving this cast of characters with so much of my heart and soul. And the emotional storytelling, and the way it builds upon itself and recontextualizes and deepens, and then ultimately how it all comes together in an ending that is challenging, but ultimately, in my opinion, masterful. There's nothing like it to me. There's really nothing like it. It's an unbelievable cast. Unbelievable. Yeah, and then just the way the art, Isayama's art, and the way it's presented in the manga, and, 121, man, there were generations, when certain chapters released, 131, 121 to 123, the Declaration of War, like, when certain chapters released, it felt like the world just stopped and stared in awe that this stuff was conceived by a human being. I'm in total awe, and I always say, Trish mentioned it earlier, Attack on Titan is my favorite series to watch other people's react to, because it is so... The ceiling is so high for analysis and deep thought you can put into it, but it's got this beautiful quality that allows anyone, casual watchers, in-depth watchers, to love it and invest themselves in it. And it's one of the most emotional stories ever. It gets me so emotional. And Armin in particular has had this huge growth in my heart. But anyway, it's Attack on Titan. Next, here we go. Which is lowest? Which is number 5? We are now into the top 5. No way Mad Men steals my money 3 times in a row? I don't know. I know! Attack on Titan... Oh, it's incredible, Moonless. It's incredible. 100%? What is going on? Now it's 99. Now it's 97. Okay. It's evening out a little bit. I say it's evening out when it's still in the 90s. Chat does not fuck with Mad Men. I can't believe you guys hate the greatest television show ever. Honestly, there are lots of people in chat. Fiji? I think Fiji would get so much out of Mad Men. Andres, I think you get a lot out of Mad Men. Specifically, anyone really interested in characters with a focus on the nuances and trials of women. Specifically in the 60s, but it applies in a contemporary way as well. I've learned so many things about women through watching Mad Men, and then also through just seeing interviews with the female actors and female writers, and also talking about it with women who watch Mad Men as well. And it's funny. It's pure art. Mad Men is pure art. It is so consistent. I'm currently rewatching it. It's unbelievable. I always say this. Mad Men is my favorite. Is one of my comfort shows. My comfort series. I just love dropping myself back into that world and being into, nothing at all, Andres. Nothing at all. It is. I think it is quite feminist. But I just love dropping myself back into that world to just lose myself in immersion in 1960s America. It has all these great musings about the American dream, and that's sort of the core of it as well. It's just so much fun to be in the office and understand office politics and advertising agencies and all this stuff. And it's funny because I'm explaining Mad Men as if it is next. As if it is number 5. When in all honesty, it isn't. I don't know. I just copied and pasted that last year. It is. It is Mad Men. I just copied and pasted that from last year really quickly. No one fell for that, right? I'm so funny. Thank you. Come on. Okay. Favorite Mad Men season? My favorite Mad Men season has been season 5 for ages. Congratulations, 92% of you guys. My favorite season of Mad Men has been season 5 for ages. In some ways, Andres, yeah. And I think it still might end up being that, but honestly, I am shocked at how amazing season 3 was. Oh yeah, no, Trish, yeah. But I really believe that a lot of people in chat right now would really love Mad Men. Sia D, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Have a great have a great evening, and hope you enjoy whatever's left. Raid Don Draper's aura? Don's aura? Don is a fraud, I'm sorry. Don's aura is like 4 out of 10. Earlier on in the series, he has a bit of an aura. But part of Don's... It's a vile aura. I'll say 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. Because the thing is, he does have a genuine aura in being in a position of power. But a lot of the way that he conducts himself is indicative of really deep insecurity and vulnerability, which I think goes against the idea of aura. Hopefully that makes sense. Because, yeah, Tarnish, maybe, hopefully that makes sense? I'm not sure. I'm seated for insecure men? Randy or... Randy or... Anyway. Yeah, right, Sebastian? Is Randy insecure? What? He might be a little insecure. Okay, we're down to the top 4. Which is number 4? This is the biggest trail spoiler I've ever had. I'm shaken. Oh no. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. The FF14 drop is gonna be real? Even if it is 14, a drop of 2 in my absolute peak fiction is not, is nothing to sneeze at. Dawn Trail lowered it a spot. Rated character dynamic, Don Draper and Pete Campbell. Heart and Soul Triple S, the highest possible tier. Don Draper and Pete Campbell is an amazing... Oh, sorry, I deleted the wrong one. Oh, shit! It's just Mad Men! It's just Mad Men! Mad Men Sweep? It's the highest tier of dynamic. Top 5 Peggy dynamics: Peggy and Dawn, Peggy and Joan, Peggy and Pete, Peggy and Ken, and Peggy and Stan, obviously. Peggy and Stan. Holy shit! What is this spread? Umineko just screams number 4? I ruined the Umineko 5 sweep across all list. You're right, I did. Stocks say Umineko got a rise, and I leave in high Q drop. Oh, interesting. Umineko just feels like a number 4. I see. I see. Okay. 99% of you voted for Umineko. I'm not going to joke around. You're right. You're right. Number 7, 6, 5, and 4, all unchanged. All unchanged. Will that continue? No one won anything from that. Streets are saying the top 3 is the same but different order. Interesting. I'm in awe of Umineko every day. And Umineko is probably the series that I listen to a song and I immediately, like, cry. Probably the series that does that the most impressively. It's in the conversation for the best cast I've ever experienced, the best thematics, and the best integration between thematics and story structure. And revisiting Umineko through a couple of people I know, as well as Joseph Anderson streaming it, has been a joy. That story is just so unbelievably good. It is so rich with unbelievable dynamics, all over the place, emotional, and it's so emotional in retrospect, knowing things that recontextualize earlier things that make the earlier episodes more peak than they were initially. The story structure is just sublime. The plotting is incredible. Umineko has maybe my favorite theming in anything. It's so sublime. How does one get into Umineko? There aren't, it's actually quite easy, Ziggurat. Just do episode 1, then go all the way from episode 1 to 8. You can read the manga if you want to, but it's not necessary except for episode 8. My favorite plotting is between Umineko and Attack on Titan, I think. Or in a certain, like... Okay, I need to stop talking about Clair Obscur. Never mind. Does Umineko's relationship with being a mystery narrative make it feel like a video game, even though it's all thought-out visual novel? Sorry, it's an all-out visual novel. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do Lightning Hunter. It sort of immerses the player in a way that is video game-like, is what I'll say. Was House and Fata Morgana on this list? It was indeed. It was top 50. I was picking up what you were about to put down for Clair Obscur. Recon, did you see my tweet? Did you see my tweet the other day about Clair Obscur? Let me just show it to you in case you haven't. I still need to finish the game to know for sure, of course, but I think Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has given me one of my favorite characters ever. I'm just leaving this without comment. Top 5s that you would answer with Clair Obscur? Things I could talk about at this moment? Things that are rotting my brain when I go to bed at night? Games that are fun to play? Video game stories that are beautifully plotted and dramatized? And video game worlds. Oh, I got you, Andres. I love Verso so much, man. Recon, I need to talk to you about this story. When we do the next, whenever we do the next podcast, please can we talk about Clair Obscur? I need to, man. All five, Trish, you got it. Okay, let's bring it home, people. Was Breaking Bad on the list? It was. It was number 44? 43. Let's bring it home, people. Top 3. Final Fantasy XIV, Hunter x Hunter, Haikyuu. This was the order last year. Hunter x Hunter was 1, Final Fantasy XIV was 2, Haikyuu was 3. Okay, let's do it. Who is number 3? Or do we want to again vote elimination, or do we just want to vote for who number 1? Let's do elimination. Let's do an elimination. Which is lowest on the list? AJ has not played Dawn Trail yet. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, we've been streaming for 6 hours, 14 minutes. Oh. Hunter x Hunter did get a batch. Haikyuu did get a movie. Final Fantasy XIV did get a me re-experience. Spend an hour talking about each of them? Oh, don't tempt me. I'm glad, Mel. It's equal. I'm glad it's some people think it's powerful. FF14 got an expansion I didn't play. Not yet. This year, though. This year. How many hours of 14 have I played in the past year? Not a lot. I'm up enough to get up to Dawn Trail. So, like, I played some patches. I never played Dawn Trail, no. AG got me in the DMs talking about random Emmett Selk bullshit. Yup. We did the Endwalker Alliance raid, that's true. Hannah did have a mental breakdown, yep. Okay, what's the spread? I've not even seen it. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Okay, the top 3 prediction. Hunter x Hunter, 1% of the vote, which is crazy. Final Fantasy XIV, 53% of the vote. Haikyuu, 46% of the vote. Very close. Very close. The answer to this one is... Final Fantasy XIV. It drops to number 3. Would it, Critty? We'll see if it happens. My 30 points, no P! Okay. Congratulations to 53%. Oh. Okay, it all comes down to this. This song's telling me to put Yakuza higher? Okay. No. Okay. Will Hunter x Hunter keep up its streak? Or is Haikyuu not going up 1 but 2 spots? Let's see. Would it be easier if I said vote for number 1 or vote for number 2? I just don't want people to mess up the vote. Should I say vote for number 1? I feel like that makes a bit more sense now. Okay, let's vote for 1 then. Which is number 1? Hunter x Hunter or Haikyuu? It's funnier? Good consolation prize? That's true. Did I miss the reason for the drop? It's not a drop. There's no reason, it's just feeling. There's no reason, there's no drop, all these are my favorites, and when it comes to especially the top 4, especially the top 3, it's almost like a tie for number 1. But I gotta put them in some order, so it's just what felt right. It's just what felt right. But Final Fantasy XIV is by a decent margin still, but that margin has been made up a little bit by that series at number 8. Is my favorite video game story. It still is. One of my favorite casts in anything. One of the best antagonist casts. Theming that makes you just think and wonder in the complexity of it all. Incredible character writing that has me speaking with people about the characters endlessly. Beautiful worlds, beautiful recontextualization and plotting and unveiling of the mysteries of the plot in a way that is just beyond anything, and it's the most emotional, until at least like Infinite Wealth or Gaiden, it's the most emotional a video game made me, at least on stream. I was crying the entire way through that Endwalker finale. Every single drop on Hunter x Hunter, Fiji? Okay. Haikyuu movie? Yeah, both of these had recent stuff. Hunter x Hunter had a batch, Haikyuu had a movie. Somewhat recently. Okay. 84% say Hunter x Hunter. 16% say Haikyuu. The answer to this is... Haikyuu is number 2, and Hunter x Hunter is number 1. Maintaining its spot 4 years in a row, and I hope you guys believe me when I say, despite it maintaining that spot for 4 years in a row, despite it being the series people associate with me the most, it is extremely close. Like, I promise there is no big gap. It is basically a tie. I hope you believe me. Hand over heart, I promise you that is true. But it ends up, it's the champion 4 years running. Will that change? It easily could. But that's what we got. I'm glad you believe me. One bad batch is all it takes, right? It is. Haikyuu's done and it's perfect. Hunter x Hunter's not done. And maybe Togashi just forgets how to write. But the answer is Hunter x Hunter. Congratulations. My favorite streams ever concluding. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed them. Are you okay? I'm so surprised. I'm glad. Sarah, are you okay? I know you were very nervous. I didn't see your response. Oh, I don't think there is one. I don't think there was one. I am more than okay. Okay. I was concerned about the Meruem drop, but I hope this helps. The Meruem drop by 1. I hope this helps. So that's what we got, guys. Do you want to see now my edited video games list? Because that is a bit different than this. But I'll show you guys that, but first I'll share this. I'll make this publicly available. I don't know if Dave is in chat. Hisoka will write himself. Oh, he will. He will, won't he? Oh my god, Hisoka's so good. So today is May 6th. Dave is in chat. Beautiful. Okay. Here you go, Dave. There we go. What's the community ranking for Top Fiction? It's not available. I'll have it whenever it gets done. We weren't able to do it immediately. And I'll share it with you guys whenever it's done, and we'll put it in the Discord, but it's not available yet. Can I get a full recap on the list? Sure. I mean, I'll put it on screen. I won't say all the names, but I'll put it on screen. And then I'll show you guys my favorites video games list, edited and finished. And everything finished. So there you go. So actually, I'll put it on screen, but you guys can look at it now, right? So if you check out the top 100 master list from here, it'll link you here, and then you can go to any of the lists from any of the years. And all 3 are done. No worries. Okay. Okay, so this is the list. Thank you guys so much for joining me through across 2 days, like 12 hours almost. More than 12 hours, I think. I supercelled Cyberpunk? Good. Good. But here is my favorite video games list. Where is it? I'm glad, Andres. I'm glad. So this is my outdated list. This is outdated. Don't look at this. I need to edit it. But this is my favorite games list that I've always had in my back pocket. I'm glad to have accompanied you, Diego. Thank you, Schmo, for the 22-month resub. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Say one nice thing about Reen Schwarzer. I'm like 7 hours in, so nothing crazy. Reen is a character that on the outside I think could be viewed as quite bland, but I think the nuances and the subtext and the details about the character really help sell him and cover an idea of, I don't want to say the themes, but they cover very sort of darker, rougher ideas in a way that is sort of subversive, in a way you wouldn't really think of him. You wouldn't really think of at first. But that really go the full 9 yards and made me connect with him by the end of his arc in a way that I was only dreaming of. So, on the outside, he kind of seems like a good boy, and he is, but there's some stuff lurking underneath that I think is presented very effectively. Looking forward to tomorrow. It's a Friday movie day. Yes, Fiji. No worries. You can take it easy. We're doing it Friday. How often am I checking and updating these lists? The closer we get, the more I update them. Check DMs will do. Just 1 second. So this is the beginning of the list. So here we have some of the honorable mentions. Trails of Cold Steel 3, Mario Galaxy, Mouthwashing, Liza P, Baldur's Gate, Valhalla, Lost Judgment, Super Paper Mario, Xenoblade 3, and then we get into the top 100 here. So, for instance, there are Trails placings. Trails the Third. Actually, let me edit something. Trails the Third is actually higher than this. It's above Dragon Age Origins. Steel Ball Run is next week. So Trails the Third is there. Then Trails into Reverie is here. You thought I was going to add Clear Obscure? Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. I'll explain that in a second. Anyways, yeah, Nier Replicant wasn't listed, but it's there. This will be public later today. Trails to Azure is all the way here. Yep, Trails to Azure mention. Majora's Mask. And so this is a placeholder for Clair Obscure. I put it in the middle of the list. I just dropped it. I don't know where it is. I haven't finished it, but I just dropped it in the list because it's going to be here. Yakuza 5, Yakuza 6. This line is peak. Gaiden, Like a Dragon. Then we get to the heavy hitters, and then look at this top. Yakuza 0, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Twilight Princess. Again, it's very up in the... these three could be any order, basically. And then Cyberpunk is number 6. FF9, Xenoblade, Rebirth, Umineko, Endwalker. Or FF14 in general. So one more... Like I said, this will be available public later. And then one last thing is it seems... It seems we have the top fiction list available. Now, I could either show that now, or we could do it when we do the Deuteragonist list stream. Kef just sent it to me. Thank you so much for the work, Kef. I could share it with the Deuteragonist stream instead, like at the beginning of stream, or I could do it now. I'm not exactly sure how I should do it. Just the nominations? It has been a long stream. I think it's complete. Depends on my time. Oh, sorry, it's the poll. Sorry, Kev. So here. I'll share this like this. So now we have the poll available to then do the rankings, and then next week when we do Deuterags, I can show it. So here, if you want to yeah, we haven't voted yet. Sorry, I got mixed up. It is right here. If you want to do the form to add to the community ranking, you can do so. It's now up. Thank you so much, Kef, for putting it together. And I hope you feel better. I'll message you in a bit. I'll put this on Discord as well, so you can vote for the community ranking. And next week, or whenever I do the Deuteragonist list, we will check it out. So that's what we'll do. Okay, guys, 6.5 hours. This is probably one of the most tiring streams I've ever done, because, like, this was 6.5 hours. I've done 6.5 hours gaming streams, no problem, but this one I was talking the whole time about with energy, you know? So it's one of the most tiring streams I've ever done, but one of my most fun. I hope you guys had fun with these. I really hope you did, just gushing about Peak Fiction and hanging out and all of that. I had a great time, and this ends this year's Top 100 streams. We will be back to regular scheduled programming next week. This Friday will be the final Bleach movie day for a while. Sunday will be One Piece. Then next Monday, we go back to Death Stranding streams, and we start JoJo's Part 7. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Thank you, mods. Thank you, all of you, for sharing your thoughts and for voting, and just generally making this tradition so much fun. I'm off to watch the end of the Champions League games and a game, see how it goes, play some Clair Obscur, read some Can't Fear Your Own World, and do some video stuff, maybe. See you guys around in the Discord. See some of you on Friday, and have a good one. Thank you so much. Oh, Devil's Plan. Devil's Plan. Oh, forgot about that.